The Senate will come to order. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that we take Senate File 2441 from the table.
On that motion, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion prevails. To Senate File 2441, Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a brief overview. Again, I mentioned that the four leaders had a conversation with the governor Friday evening. He said that it was urgent that we get these resources, and so there's two parts. Section 1, the first letter A there, it's $2.75 million that would be in fiscal year 2021. This is for resources for the Emergency Management Assistant Compact, where the governor is working with a number of states, at least 3 states, to get some of their highway patrol to come to Minnesota to provide more protection, but also more relief. Part of the conversation was the fact that that they had to move forward faster on their programs, and so they just need the extra help. And so I think everybody on the call was agreeable to that. In addition, it has $6.3 million appropriated from the general fund to the Commissioner of Public Safety to pay for state troopers' expenses related to civil unrest. Again, because we were starting earlier in some of the things that we felt like we needed to do to keep the streets safe, there was an urgent need for those resources. Now, Mr. President, members, what it doesn't do is completely fund their budget. That is what we do for the next 4 weeks as we move together to pass a budget between the House, Senate, and Governor of all the different parts of the state. But this was the part that we felt was urgent. And so, members, I'm hoping for your support. I certainly, if there's amendments, I'll listen to any amendment, but this was to be very concise. Many of the amendments that we didn't do in the other bill, I'll likely not support here because we want to get this to the House. And then it will be up to them to try to find a way to move it as quickly as possible as well. And so with that, members, I would ask for a green vote. I'll stand for any questions.
Discussion on Senate File 2441, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, as you may be aware, there's been quite a bit of activity up in Brooklyn Center over the past week or so. Similar to a lot of what occurred in my city as well as St. Paul last year. And I think, Mr. President, members, it's reasonable to expect that when we're engaging in exercising our First Amendment rights as citizens, protesting and the like, I think it's reasonable to expect that that protesters as well as the larger community have a very reasonable expectation of safety, and a reasonable expectation that law enforcement do everything they can to uphold keeping everyone safe, whether those be protesters, the larger community themselves, and the like. And so, Mr. President, and there's been some question about that and a lot of concerns raised about that. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Dibble offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File number 2441 as follows, page 1 after line 19. Insert. This is the A50 amendment. To the amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I forget, I'd like to request a roll call vote on the A50.
Roll call will be granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, members, I would hope that everyone would vote in favor of the A50 amendment. It simply says that the police, in utilizing these dollars, will uphold standards of procedural justice. This is a practice that has been adopted already by the State Patrol, by other major police departments, and that simply says that people are treated with dignity and respect, that human and civil rights are at the center of our interactions, that we interact positively and we give citizens voice, and that decision-making is made in a neutral manner and with trustworthy motives by law enforcement, and that we've utilized the best practices in de-escalation so that we can be sure that rather than potentially escalating tense and volatile situations, we adopt all the known best practices, working proactively with communities on crowd management, making sure that there are trusted leaders out in the community during crowd activities, making sure that First Amendment rights are centered, like I've said before, defining crowd management events and specifying in a way that's public and transparent conditions that warrant when a crowd should be dispersed, constraining the use of force, making sure the minimal amount of force needed is utilized, making sure medical assistance is available for anyone who's injured, not obstructing, but rather permitting observation and recording of police and demonstrations, making sure that joint action and mutual aid training is coordinated and that there's good training across all of the various law enforcement agencies that are involved, making sure that peace officers are accountable, and making sure that peace officers in the public health are protected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I will oppose this amendment. It's not what the governor was asking. It was immediately for emergency resources to take care of the unforeseen needs that the four leaders agreed to. It's not that we shouldn't be discussing these. I think there will be some more discussion as we get into the conference committee process, but I'm going to oppose this. We're trying to focus on emergency resources that get in use as soon as possible.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. We keep hearing that we don't have time to deal with certain things this session, and then we keep hearing that we need more time to deal with other things this session. I think it is a complete lack of doing our job that we have not taken up the question of additional measures of police accountability and criminal justice reform as we discussed and promised in July of last year. The moment we are in, the moment that is requiring us to come forward with additional funds so that we can keep our communities as safe as possible, so that we can make sure that we don't have buildings burning, the pharmacies, the grocery stores, the businesses owned by people of color, the businesses that serve our communities and that serve communities of color. We're here to talk about the money to make sure that those security measures are in place because of an erosion of trust among citizens in the police who have sworn to protect and serve. This language helps establish just a marker on the importance of these measures of protecting rights, of taking care of people. That as we increase the ability to meet these needs, that we do so in a way that recognizes the rights and safety, that we try to de-escalate, not escalate. I'm deeply concerned that steps are being taken that make things worse. This language will help. And so, members, I encourage you to vote for the A50 amendment.
Members, we're on the A50 amendment. A roll call has been requested. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, and the president's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. 323 and 206. I will call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes no.
Senjum votes no. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes no.
Westrom votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 2441. The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 2441, a bill for an act relating to public safety.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is on. When Senator Gazelka brought this bill up, he mentioned that it was an urgent matter. Many of us have heard from residents across the state on another urgent matter. They want us to pass police and accountability law enforcement reform now. They believe that is an urgent matter. The eyes of the world are on us this week. Minnesotans want us to act. They want us to hold those hearings and pass additional reforms so that all Minnesotans feel safe. Will Senator Gazelka yield?
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka, you mentioned last week that we were going to be potentially having some hearings, and so I'm wondering if you have more information on the dates and the topics of those hearings.
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzich, I don't, but I will follow up with you hopefully today or tomorrow at the latest.
Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Senator Gazelka. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is urgent. We are here today at this moment because Mr. George Floyd was killed by a police trainer and Mr. Dante Wright was killed by a police trainer. We spent a lot of money on police training. We need to find out why that is not working. If it is working, what needs to be changed? We need to have those hearings and pass additional reforms. And Mr. President, Majority Leader Gazelka, I urge you to please be transparent and get that information out so we can get those hearings scheduled so people know that we are acting. Thank you.
Final discussion on Senate File 2441. Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask Senator Gazelka if he could yield for a question.
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator Torres.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka, I am trying to figure this out, trying to understand it. I would like to know where these numbers come from. I would like to know what is, how do we understand these costs and the 2.750 and 6.3 million? Could you give us a little bit of an overview of what do they cover? Is it past expenses? Is it current expenses? Do we expect to come back and do further appropriation for the future? Because remember, the trial is not over, so there was an issue about what's going to happen next. So could you explain to us how do we understand the cost of this and what is the expectation for the future appropriation?
Members, just a friendly reminder to address your comments to and through the President to that question. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in that conversation with the governor, the description about how many highway patrol that they were going to bring in, and then the estimated cost of how much that would be per highway patrol per length of time that they calculated that they would need those individuals is how they got that particular number. If they actually were not here as long, the number actually goes down, and if they had to stay longer, the number goes up. So that's the first section. And then the second section was trying to work with the agencies to figure out the number that was directly related to the civil unrest as far as extra money. And part of the reason that number was in there and now is because of the death of Dante Wright. There was more activity much earlier than they predicted, and so they were concerned that they wouldn't have the resources necessary to cover all of the things that they needed to get done, and so that's why the governor called it an emergency.
Senator Torres.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Gazelka could continue to yield.
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator Torres.
Thank you. Senator Gazelka, so you haven't seen actual numbers, or they haven't presented actually actual numbers or tables indicating kind of where these resources have gone, or they are going to, or have you?
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, members, Senator Torres Ray, we talked about the idea that the state of Minnesota needs to make an ask to these other states, and then they come back with an offer, and then we accept that offer. That's the process. And so they were estimates based on other scenarios where they were pretty sure those numbers were pretty close.
Senator Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Gazelka, so what happened with the theme that the majority was bringing before us during the pandemic about we really want to participate in this process with the executive because the executive branch is doing whatever the heck they want to. We don't know what they are doing, and we want to be participants in deciding where this money is going to go. What happened with that approach that you were taking, during the pandemic in terms of really reviewing what's going on and working in collaboration with them and trying to get that information here so that you will know where this money is going? We're no longer doing that?
Senator Gazelka will continue to yield. Senator Gazelka.
Yeah, Mr. President, Torres Ray, and members, if you recall, first we passed a version of the SAFE Act that the governor asked for resources. We put a Senate imprint on it. That went to the House, and nothing happened. Normally, the House passes it as well, and you go to conference committee and you move a bill. That didn't happen, and then we passed the LEO bill, the Law Enforcement Operation Account, and again sent that to the Senate, or to the House, and again the House didn't take it up. Nothing happened, so it didn't get to conference committee. This one is a short-term version. It's a much lower amount, specifically focused on some clear needs that the governor has laid out and requested, and we hope that the House takes it up. I know among the leadership level there was support from the 4 leaders of the governor's request. Obviously, it's always trying to work through the details, but this is pretty focused, and so I believe we'll get it done here. It's not addressing all the other issues. That's our public safety bill that we'll work through conference committee with, but the specific request from the governor is fairly specific, and all 4 leaders felt comfortable trying to move forward with it.
Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gazelka. Members, I don't think I need to go over the painful experience that I experienced in my district a year ago. I think you know it. And I so want to be part of this conversation about how do we do this? How do we create an account? How do we create accountability for the numbers that we put in place? How do we involve all members in that conversation so you understand what that is, where this money is going? I believe that we are going to have to come back and actually spend a lot more than this. And for me, not to have a bipartisan group that comes together and say, okay, this is what's going on. This is how the money is going to be used. This is how the different departments are going to spend this money, and this is why. So I don't know if the majority leader and the speaker will have that information. I just need to deliver that to my constituents. I need to let them know, because right now they are experiencing a lot of trauma. We have a lot of military presence in the streets, and people are traumatized. And they want to know, how much money. I have to show you how many emails I have from constituents of mine asking, are you paying for all of these tanks? Who's paying for all of this? What is the cost of it? Who's approving this? Is it federal money? Who pays the National Guard? Is it federal money? Is the president involved in this? I don't have the answers to all of these questions. And I don't have the answers because these decisions are being made in here without me. And my constituents are impacted by this decision. So I cannot approve this without having a clear understanding of what is that we are doing here. I encourage members to really ask for more information and demand that we be included in these conversations and we understand what's in here, what is what we are being asked to pay for. Are we going to continue to do this behind doors by just a couple of people or 3 from this floor, from this body, and then in the House? That should not happen. This is a pretty serious deal, members. And I really encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Final discussion on Senate File 2441. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. It is a privilege to be elected to represent the people of Minnesota. And we are in a week that I have not experienced in my lifetime, where a verdict is pending in a case that has roiled us for more than a year. And I believe it is my obligation, and I would invite others to take this up as well, that we should use our powerful positions in whatever way we can to de-escalate tension across the state of Minnesota to keep people safe. And the work that we do in this body can escalate or de-escalate those tensions. And I'm hoping, Mr. President, that we choose to use our words and our positions for de-escalation. I've heard a lot from people who live in the district I represent and some from outside the district I represent over the weekend. Their concerns about what's happening now in Brooklyn Center, about Operation Safety Net, about the Uniform Command, and about who's really in charge. I've been getting a lot of questions about that from people, and I've been trying to understand the answer as well. And in a conversation with someone, was told that in the end, the control rests with locally elected officials who have the civilian responsibility over law enforcement. So while there's a uniform command, the authority rests with local elected officials across the region, which is confusing for people, I understand. And then I read this in the Washington Post over the weekend, and I suppose everybody's reading a lot, but I read this in the Washington Post coverage about what we've experienced in the last couple of days, including some significant coverage on potential human rights offenses right here over the last couple of days here in Minnesota. So this is from the Washington Post from yesterday. It is a question that was put to Chief Arredondo in Minneapolis, the chief of the Minneapolis Police Department. But adding to the confusion over who is in control, Chief Arredondo later added that other mutual aid partners wouldn't necessarily have to abide by Minneapolis police policy, including the use of munitions. The chief is letting us know that law enforcement officers are coming to the region from other places, including other states, which is included in the funding in this bill, don't have to abide by the policies of the state, of that police department. And I am gravely concerned about the safety of people. We've spent a lot of time talking about property, protecting businesses, important work. But the people are being injured in the streets right now, and I don't understand or appreciate that there is clarity about the protection of the people as we increase this funding for the next couple of weeks, and it is why I can't vote for this. We need more information, we need more detail, and as Senator Dietzig rightly called out, while we pursue the budget, we need to take up accountability for law enforcement and policing. Those two things need to come together, and they're not right now. And so I will respectfully but decidedly vote against this today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Final discussion on Senate File 2441. Senator Fateh, followed by Senator Newman. Senator Fateh.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. When we talk about balancing free speech and public safety, there is a premise baked in that I have to disagree with and give a little bit of pushback because it provides an authoritarian framework. The assumption that we're making is with the escalation of militarized police presence is leading to greater public safety. I asked my colleagues, both on my side and the other side of the aisle, to look back on the events of this year and last year and ask themselves whether there's any evidence to support that. Was it not a militaristic view of policing that led Derek Chauvin to brutally murder George Floyd? On the first day of the civil unrest that followed, was it not the abhorrent actions by MPD at the 3rd Precinct that set the tone for the subsequent week of unrest and conflict between law enforcement and the communities? For months even before the murder of Daunte Wright, we have seen a heightened law enforcement presence around the metro. We have seen fences and barricades around our government buildings, and our metro police have been operating with a heightened sense of fear and a sense of impending danger. And what we just saw in the case of the murder of Daunte Wright is that when law enforcement is operating in a heightened state of fear, they overreact, and it has horrifying consequences. When the governor first came to us asking for $35 million to fund the crackdown of people in Minneapolis in anticipation of the trial of Derek Chauvin, one of the criticisms that came from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle was that we would be passing speculative funding for riots that have not even happened yet. And we could be doing more to prevent the riots by reaching out to the community And that's something that I agree with, that those criticisms were valid. We've had a year to plan, and in that time, we have done nothing in terms of passing meaningful reform. We could have invested in communities that were harmed by police brutality and damaged during the civil unrest. We could have worked with community organizations to create a plan for keeping the peace and not squashing free speech. For the first 7 months after the murder of George Floyd, we did nothing to rebuild the trust between the communities, and nothing but passing symbolic reforms last July. For the last several months, our leaders have focused solely on funding and organizing the crackdown, concocted the emergency response plan misnamed Operation Safety Net, which has been a dystopian disaster for all of our communities. Now, according to the University of Minnesota, there were at least 89 people that were seriously injured during the George Floyd protests, injured by the so-called less lethal munitions, including people that suffered from traumatic brain injuries and also lost their eyes. Without knowing the numbers yet, we could only look to their stories on the ground to recognize that the same brutal tactics are being used this year with Operation Safety Net, and that's wrong. And now we've seen footage in Brooklyn Center in which tear gas is being deployed against people in their own homes. We've seen toddlers being tear gassed. We have seen protesters being kettled and held for multiple days to deter future protesters from coming out and exercising their rights. And we now know that these actions taken towards the journalists have been draconian. Journalists forced into a prone position, detained, photographed, their equipment damaged, and more. These measures that are taken against our watchdogs, our main source of accountability, our front line, have been so egregious and authoritarian that 26 media organizations have signed on a letter to condemn these tactics and demand change. The judiciary had no choice but to order the state to cease this treatment of journalists. And that's how bad it has gotten. So I need my colleagues to ask themselves, has our conduct in our state made anybody safer? As senators, we get to express ourselves in these buildings, surrounded by fences, guarded by the National Guard. But the families in Brooklyn Center, the protesters with no political power beyond their voices and their free ability to assemble, they are on the other side of the fences, but they are our constituents, and we need to look out for them. They are Minnesotans, and they are human beings, and I refuse to continue to fund their oppression. I refuse to be complicit in this, and I ask my colleagues to challenge our worst, most reactionary impulses and join me in voting no on this funding. And with that, I would like to ask Senator Gazelka to yield for a question.
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka, last year when there was an agreement between both parties around the police reform legislation, we were told that this was a start and that we would be coming back to it this session. Is that correct?
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, Senator Fateh, as we went through last year, we got a lot accomplished. I might hit some of that later. But I also thought that COVID mandates and restrictions would be done by the time we got to session, but that appeared that we'd be nowhere near that. And so I told our people as we went into the session that do not expect to do a lot of things other than make sure we get the budget done, get the vaccine out, get kids in school, and get businesses up and running. And so a lot of stuff fell to the wayside, but that is correct. That's the long answer.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Gazelka yield for another question?
He will yield. Senator Fateh.
Senator Gazelka, do you believe that there is more that we can do around police accountability and protecting our BIPOC communities specifically from law enforcement in their interactions with law enforcement?
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, Senator Fateh, yes.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Gazelka yield for another question?
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator Fateh.
Senator Gazelka, do you have at least one example that you can provide us that you believe will protect our BIPOC communities and would improve interactions with law enforcement?
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, there are a number of things that people are having conversations with me about. Certainly willing to talk about and see if there's solutions there, but I would also say that as I looked across all the police accountability measures that I've seen, I don't know that any one of them would have actually prevent the tragic death, but but certainly I am willing to look at things.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gazelka, do you believe that this is one of our most important issues of our time in regards to law enforcement and protecting our communities of color, that we need to do more around police accountability to protect the lives of our residents?
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator
Mr. President, members, I think it's a very, very complex issue with lots of different pieces of that we're trying to look at. That's why we did such an expansive police accountability bill last year, probably the most expansive police accountability bill maybe ever, certainly that I can ever remember. There were 11 or 12 provisions that we put in there, everything from changing the police post board to how we do training, to banning chokeholds and duty to intercede and banning warrior training. There was a lot of things that we did, but I'm always willing to have conversations, but it's not just that. I think the issue's way more complex than just looking at that piece of it. The fact that there is as much violence as there's been, frankly, up over 30% in many urban areas in just the last year, causes concern for everyone, particularly the people in those communities, many communities of color that get the most crime against them, and so we have to figure out all of that. I do believe that these communities want the police there. I think many people want more police there. They do recognize that there are some police that a bad apple, we would say, that needs to be plucked out, but the people I talk to want more police. They don't want to defund the police, even though the city of Minneapolis does and others do too.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gazelka. But we need to remember that one bad apple spoils the entire bunch, and I hope that we do more in this session. Thank you.
Final discussion on Senate File 2441, Senator Newman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make 2 points. First, I want to try and answer some questions that were raised by Senator Torres-Ray and Senator Murphy, essentially revolving around the cost of bringing in troopers from out of state, liability issues, and various details. And this would address paragraph A under section 1. And I would simply indicate that there is interstate compact statute that outlines how the request for mutual aid works coming in from other states. And in a nutshell, it's the governor's call. The governor declares a state of emergency, and then once that is done, the Interstate Emergency Management Assistance Compact outlines what the governor must do in terms of a plan. Now, as of right now, I don't know what that plan is because this has arisen quite quickly. But I would assume that the governor will, in fact, share with us the details of his plan, how he arrived at the costs, and again, the compact statute addresses the other issues regarding liability. I would also indicate that under paragraph B of the Bill 2441, the $6.3 million, that is in part, I believe, within the governor's proposal for the civil unrest that he had earlier requested, so I would maybe suggest you look there for some details. The other point that I wanted to make involves around the new rioting, demonstrating, protests, however you want to call it, up in Brooklyn Center. And I'll bring to your attention that last summer, early fall, a joint committee of the Judiciary and the Transportation Committee held a series of hearings on the issue of riots. And in part, under the final portion of the report, we predicted that there is likely to be more riots in the future. And certainly they have now begun to appear, much to our chagrin. So I'll bring to your attention 2 of the 7 recommendations that committee report raised when the report was issued in October. It recognized that public safety is a core function of government and that law enforcement at all levels of government must be provided with the necessary equipment, personnel, authority to confront and stop riots before they escalate. The other issue that I wanted to bring to your attention in terms of recommendations is that those who commit criminal acts under the guise of social protest must be arrested and prosecuted. We must recognize the difference between lawful protest, lawful demonstrations, and criminal acts in the form of rioting. And this past weekend, there are bricks and bottles and all form of things that are being directed at the police. In point of fact, the National Guard was shot at. And while in Brooklyn Center they are urging the police to not use tear gas, to not use foam rubber bullets, while at the same time the rioters, the criminals, are using real bullets. And we must recognize the difference and that this is a public safety issue and the police have an obligation to protect the people of those communities from these criminal acts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Final discussion on Senate File 2441. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, members, first thing I want to say is this is a governor's request, an emergency request, an urgent request, and we are responding and moving quickly. This is the first day of session since the moment he requested it, and we are following through. I do want to just generally address a few of the things that I heard about because well, let me just say, I don't think anybody wants to see Minneapolis, St. Paul, or any other community burning like it was last year. 1,500 buildings or businesses damaged or destroyed, a precinct destroyed. I think that was the first one, I think, since the 1800s. And so it was a very, very traumatic event. And I put a lot of blame on the governor for not responding quickly enough. And the city of Minneapolis didn't respond, and that's when, frankly, somebody else then needs to respond. I am not finding fault with the governor in what he's doing right now. He recognizes that at times a city leadership cannot respond or doesn't have the resources or the knowledge about the importance of responding quickly, and I believe that's what you were watching in Brooklyn Center. And so when that doesn't happen, there's the ability for other people to get engaged and to respond, and that's what you've seen. And without that response, I'm quite certain that we would have had many burning buildings and maybe another precinct gone without the response. They're still allowing protests, but they draw a line and they say when the curfew is going to be there, and if something happens that is more than just protesting, they immediately respond now. And as a result, it's still very, very difficult. The tensions are still really high. There's a lot of emotion involved. But the streets are safe. They're safer, I should say, and the buildings aren't burning, the businesses aren't destroyed. And so this is a request from the governor, and member, we're going to follow through. And I do hear those that don't trust the police. There are some. I think most do. The police, the National Guard, and all those that are engaged. But as a result of that, certainly we need to be listening. Senator Fate said are there things that you could do? Are you willing? Is this the end of it? I said, yes. If there's more things that make sense and actually bring transformational change with the sides trying to work together to find a better, safer community that everybody can work in, we should be looking at it. But to do it in a bill that the governor requested as an urgent request for financial resources and we're following through, the answer is no there. So, members, we're going to continue to have dialogue on this. I don't think this chapter that's been upon us across the whole country is going away. We do need to look at how do we navigate through it. How do we lower the crime in all of these urban areas? We got to find a way through it. But this step here, members, is to make sure that the police have the resources they need to make sure the streets are safe for all of us. And we'll keep watching to make sure that it's done in a professional manner. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak on this, but after Senator Fateh raised some questions and Senator Gazelka's answer to them, I felt the need to comment briefly. And Senator Gazelka said that the police reforms we passed last year were biggest ever and really fundamental change. And I don't think they were. I think a lot of us, I know Senator Torres Ray, I recall, and myself and others who really wanted to support them and thought there were some good things in there, not belittling what's in there, but saying it was far too little. And I think one of the reasons we voted against it was because we felt it wasn't enough and we were afraid it was going to be used as justification for not doing more. And I believe if we had done more, and I'll just give one example, the warrior policing. We banned the warrior training. No, we didn't ban it. We banned public spending on the warrior training. I actually think the people who go through that, what one police training official called paranoia training, I actually think that's harmful enough that we should be paying and requiring people to have counter training after that. But as soon as, right when we passed this thing saying we weren't going to use public money for warrior training, Minneapolis Police Federation said they'll pay for it then. And it's because we're not making those changes in policing. That's why we have more incidents like the one in Brooklyn Center. That's why people are so scared, so frustrated. And I understand that the funding for this, I understand why it's being pushed now, because it's urgently needed. But so is the police reform. And so I just wanted to comment that saying what we did last summer was really great stuff and sufficient. There was some good stuff in there, and I don't mean to belittle that, but it was not enough. And we wouldn't have these continuing problems if we would provide some of those changes that are urgently needed. So that people can vote how they wish on this bill, I just want to say that I think that that is urgently needed as well.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 2441. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder for the body that historically the majority leader is the last one to comment. That's a tradition back and forth, Republican, Democrat. And I really encourage everyone to try to do that as much as possible to make their case. I've not brought it up before. I will bring it up now that the protocol and how we do things here, I think it's important. And so, members, this bill is about getting resources that the governor has requested so that there's adequate police force to make sure our streets are safe for all of us.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 2441. See no further discussion. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, and the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 206 and 323, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
Westrom votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Clausen votes yes.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Eakin votes yes.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Fateh, sorry, Senator Fateh is already up there.
He's right here.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Carlson votes yes.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Latz votes yes.
Latz votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Friends.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 19 noes, the motion prevails, I forgot what we're on. There being 48 ayes and 19 noes, the bill passes and its title agreed to. All right. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we have an author's motion to be read by the Secretary.
Senator Ingebrigtsen moves that the name of Senator Rude be added as co-author to Senate File Number 959.
Discussion on the author's motion read by the Secretary. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Resolution number 49 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Members, we have Senate Resolution number 49 in front of us. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I reviewed this, there's a needed amendment on line 2.14 after organizations, add members.
I'm sorry, Senator Howe. Senator Gazelka has a motion before we go to Senate Resolution number 49. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Resolution number 49 be adopted.
On that motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now to Senate Resolution number 49, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. One word got left out of the resolution, and it was on line 2.14, after organizations, add members, because we're not looking to take out all the labor organizations, just the labor organizations, members, and leadership. So that's the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Howe, I'm sorry, I was talking to the front desk. Can you please state your oral amendment one more time, please?
I move that I need an oral amendment on line 2.14 after organizations, add members. Okay, we are looking to remove the labor organization's members and leadership responsible for the removal of the soldiers, not otherwise it would go to the entire labor organizations. That's not the intent.
The Secretary will report the oral amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend Senate Resolution number 49 as follows. Line 2.14, after the word organizations, insert the word members.
Senator Howe, is that your oral amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, it is.
Okay. Discussion on the Howe oral amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted.
Mr.
The Senate
President,
Resolution number 49.
Mr. President, I'd like a roll call on Senate Resolution number 49.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call will be granted. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this resolution is a response to the treatment of our National Guard's members as they were removed from the St. Paul Labor Center. I started writing this on Sunday morning about 6:30 in the morning, and that was before I had heard that 2 members of our Minnesota National Guard were injured by a drive-by shooting. You know, I think everyone knows I spent 35 years in the Minnesota Army National Guard. 16 of those, I was a member of organized labor. I also, you know, I served on state active duty. I went to civil unrest, but I was never treated like these Guard members were treated. The members of the Minnesota National Guard are a slice of our society. They're husbands, wives, sons, daughters. They're grandparents and parents. These Guard members are our family. Members of the National Guard, they work as pipe fitters. They work as laborers. They work as electricians, social workers, nurses, teachers. You name a profession, we've got Guard members that work in that profession. They're us. The way those Guard members were treated was disgusting. They were taunted and jeered. They were woken up while they were resting from their 12-hour shift, kicked out of a building that they had been invited to use for their rest periods. If you've not seen the video of the event, I strongly encourage you to watch it. I firmly believe that the nurse, I believe his name was Cliff Willenming, that he took that video, and I think he should lose his job. And I believe that those that took part in it, the other members, I think they should lose their job also. You know what puzzles me is how can someone that's a nurse that takes care of other people treat Guard members so disparagingly? I don't understand it. How can he conduct himself that way when he's normally taking care of people? I commend the members of the National Guard for their professionalism as they left the St. Paul Labor Home. I commend them because they did not engage in the dialogue and rhetoric that was pointed at them. You know, I commend the labor organizations that voiced their opposition to the disparaging treatment of the Minnesota National Guard members. And then they came out and in their support for the Guard. I believe it's important that those labor organizations that support the Guard let it be known. It's important that good organizations separate themselves from this type of action against our National Guard members. I commend Governor Walz for voicing his support for the Guard and denouncing the treatment that happened to our Minnesota National Guard members. You know, I also don't believe it's just a coincidence that just hours after Congresswoman Waters said that protesters must be more confrontational, that hours later, 2 of our Guard members were injured by drive-by shooting. One of the missions that the Guard members have out there during this civil unrest is they're tasked with community outreach. When we have all this going on, how do we expect them to conduct that mission? How can we ensure that they're going to be safe? What do we tell them? Members, this resolution is a very important resolution. We must ensure that we show our support for the Minnesota National Guard, their members, and their families. We must ensure that we communicate that what happened to them, those Guard members, is not okay, and we cannot endorse it. There should be consequences for the actions that these folks took. Members, I don't know if you've gone out there and talked to these Guard members, but they're angry. They're angry that they got called up at a moment's notice, left their jobs, their families, and they came down here to help. And they get treated like this. They get kicked out of a place they were invited to use, and then they get shot at. Members, we need to support this resolution. We need to show the Guard and their families that we support them. The governor came out. He supports them. That's the executive branch, and this legislative branch of the Minnesota Senate needs to support them also. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on Senate Resolution number 49. Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, there's not a person in here who doesn't know a National Guardsman, who doesn't know a man or woman that serves our state when there's a flood, when there's civil unrest, when there's an urgent need. This resolution asks us to support the Guard, and I'm prepared to do that. However, what the resolution says is that the Minnesota Senate should enter into the question of who should and who should not lose their job or position of leadership. I think that's a bridge too far. Therefore, Mr. President, I offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Frentz offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Friends moves to amend the Senate Resolution number 49 as follows. Page 2, delete lines 11 to 14. This is the A50 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this deletes the line that would indicate that the Senate supports removal of parties deemed to be, quote, responsible. But I want to go back a step. Our governor is a 24-year veteran of the Minnesota National Guard, and I appreciate your comments, Senator Howell, about the governor. I remember the night he and I were on the phone, and I learned that the 3 guardsmen had been killed in the helicopter crash. He was on his way up there. But I also want to point out, Senator Howell, that you ask a great question, which is what caused those people to be upset? I think they were disrespectful. I'm prepared to vote yes on your resolution because I don't think we should be disrespectful, but I think you ask a good question. What caused those Minnesotans to become upset? What are they concerned about? And I think as you listen to DFL members on the floor today, you start to hear what it is, which is they're asking for change. They're asking for a listening to those concerns. They're asking for people to say, hey, you matter as well. I ask for members to support the A50 amendment. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call vote on the A50.
Roll call will be granted to the A50 amendment. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Friends, for your thoughtful amendment, but I can't support your amendment. And the reason I can't is it takes away any bite, and it doesn't hold those responsible for those disparaging, nasty comments and actions. It doesn't hold them responsible and accountable. And I think that that's an important message to send to our Guard and their Guard family, is that you have consequences for your actions. And when you treat a Guard member in this fashion, we're going to hold them accountable. And without those lines, it's nothing but a toothless tiger. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Rarick, followed by Senator Kent. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise to speak against the A50 amendment. I don't even know the words to use when I saw that video and to see how some of my fellow union members treated our National Guard. What I was incredibly happy to see was one of the very first organizations to stand up and say how wrong it was my very own union, our leadership at IBW 110. And then a number of others followed. 49ers, many of you maybe saw the letter that I sent out from them. This A50 amendment is asking to take away the responsibility of those who did these actions, especially the leadership members of those labor organizations should be held accountable for allowing that to happen in such a public way. They are leaders very similar to what we are here, and they put themselves out there to put messages out to the public, and this message that they sent is unacceptable. And we should be saying that behavior is not acceptable. And there are a number of other things too that we can be saying are unacceptable, and those days will come. And I will support that. But I will not support this A50 amendment. It belongs on this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to expand a little bit briefly on what my colleague Senator Frentz said. It is not just a matter of taking their jobs away. These folks are democratically elected, and this crosses a very big line in terms of us trying to insert ourselves into the process of an organization, and I think this very much is inappropriate. I would encourage members to support the A50 amendment.
Members were on the A50 amendment. A roll call was requested. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, and the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote.
And wait.
I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes no.
Senjum votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Westrom votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski, make sure you vote, please.
Yes, please. Thank you. This would be just great. Yep, thank you.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Champion votes yes.
Champion votes aye.
Mr. President,
Senator Kent.
have all those remaining been excused for the day?
I'm waiting Senator Kent on a couple more here, at least one more. I'm trying to get clarification. All members having voted who have the desire to vote.
Mr. President?
Senator Kent?
Thank you.
For raising your eyes.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm just curious because Senator Lang was standing by your desk during roll call. I don't understand why he is
Senator Kent,
excused from this vote.
I have 2 members excused on my screen. So all members that have voted are here, have voted. So all members who have the desire to vote, all members who have voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Franzen. Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, we are all so grateful for the men and women who serve in our armed forces. I know I just visited Little Falls just this weekend to visit my in-laws, and I know Senator Gazelka has Camp Ripley, and we have members who are currently serving or have served in the past, like Senator Duckworth, Lang, Senator Newton, and my former colleague, Senator Reinert. And we know it's a sacrifice to serve our country and the families that are supportive of that too. I don't think this resolution is about supporting our law enforcement or our armed service members. It's really about making a wedge issue and dividing our country further in our state. I continue to believe that the Senate GOP majority is tone deaf at the moment that we're living in today in Minnesota. This week, we expect the Bureau of Dante Wright, the 20-year-old who was killed by law enforcement last week. Just today, we are hearing final arguments for the trial of Derek Chauvin. It's been a tough week for all of us. Very emotional, very draining for not just members in this chamber, our staff, our family, our friends, our neighbors. Members, this resolution is not about uniting our state and supporting our troops or supporting our law enforcement or our unions and labor brothers and sisters. Just today, I drove in my district on my way here. In one of the hotels in my district in Edina, I saw countless military vehicles, too many to even track. It was dozens. And I just felt nauseous at this moment to see my district, our neighborhoods being patrolled not by our law enforcement and public safety officials, but by the military, by our National Guard. That is not something any of us knew would ever happen in our lifetime. Should the staging that's occurring in the hotel in my district be forced as a private business to not use their property or use their property? Why is the Union Hall any different? It's not. I think we're losing the focus of this conversation. And this resolution is just political spin. Continuing the rhetoric that we are at war with each other, not looking for common ground or solutions, not even talking to each other. Just the first few weeks of session, I remember introducing a resolution intended to be bipartisan, intended to come together to talk about how we denounce violence at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Back then, we couldn't even come to agreement on language to condemn that, to join our troops, to condemn violence at a U.S. Capitol, to stand for democracy. But no, we have other priorities, and this week is just a perfect time to really put the finger in the wound. Members, I implore you not to do this or not to continue to go down this path. It won't take days, it won't take weeks, it won't take months, it will take years to fix this. That is our own doing. Some of us think people don't watch and don't listen. I disagree. Senator Howell talked about how disgusting some of the rhetoric that he heard. Members, I get that every day in my inbox. So let's not act like this is an isolated issue. This is happening every day, every moment, every interaction we have with our neighbors, our friends, and our constituents. People are angry. There's high levels of anxiety. I feel it in my bones right now. And this can't go on. What really worries me is how Minnesota is continually being perceived nationally and internationally. Minnesota, Midwest values, Minnesota nice, is Minnesota unsafe. And it is that way because we are making it unsafe with our words, with our actions, and our inaction. It's unsafe for our residents, it's unsafe for our Black and brown communities, it's unsafe for our kids, it's unsafe for our businesses. And if we know that problem, why can't we fix it? This resolution doesn't fix the issue. And I think Senate Majority Gazelka, you can help change that, Mr. President. And using your own words, stop lighting the powder keg with your rhetoric and inaction. I implore you, and members, we need public safety. We don't need a war amongst each other or amongst ourselves. And as state leaders, we have the power to help prevent that. Each of us. Stop the distractions, stop the resolutions, get to work in committee. We have just about a month. And let's restore public trust in our institutions, in our Senate, which seems to be the problem, Mr. President. The Minnesota Senate. This body here is what's been watched by nationwide. What is Minnesota going to do? We're going to pass a resolution to divide public safety versus our labor brothers and sisters. Well, I refuse to participate. I refuse to start pointing or continue to point fingers at the governor, at the city council, at the mayor, at anyone but ourselves. We have the responsibility and duty to act. Otherwise, why do you have an election certificate? I came to the Senate not to warm up a seat, but to work. And my vote is my vote of protest. I will not vote for this theater, Mr. President. I urge members not to vote for this theater. As we speak, there's high school students in Minneapolis. High school students. You remember when you were a high school student, Mr. President? They're out protesting on this exact topic. Why are they doing that? You might ask. Let's go talk to them. Let's go talk to our brothers and sisters. Let's go talk to our neighbors. Let's go talk to our kids. They are not seeing leadership. Mr. President, I really urge members to watch, to step just 1 second outside of what's happening in this chamber today. I want to be helpful and supportive of my neighbors, whether they're a union card holder like some of you are in this chamber, or whether you hold arms to keep us protected. But we can't do it with words of hate, with words of divisiveness. And I just can't stand for it. I know that my vote and my previous vote might be used against me, and I don't need to defend it. I don't need to defend it because I have my voice. Mr. President and members, we have a responsibility and a duty to continue to pass meaningful legislation. Minnesotans expect that of us. We have time. Let's stop with the rhetoric. Let's stop with theater. Let's do the work that we were elected to do. I am confident we can find common ground. All of us, like Senator Frentz mentioned earlier, know of a National Guardsman, know a police officer, know a union card holder, and we all want the same thing, which is safety in our neighborhoods. And if we don't turn this ship around, I myself as a business owner in Minneapolis, it's going to hurt my business. It's going to hurt my 4- and 5-year-olds' ability to grow up in a safe community. And those high school students that are protesting peacefully today, are we going to tell them not to? Members, listen and act. I am voting no to this resolution because this falls short of the action that is demanded of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 41.2, I move that I be excused from voting on all questions pertaining to Senate Resolution number 49.
To the Lang motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Next on the list, I have Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been rather an interesting discussion today. Kind of brought me back to a few years ago when I was old enough to remember Vietnam. And I'm talking about the resolution that Senator Howe is bringing forward. It's good to maybe get back on subject. But when I heard that National Guardsmen were treated in the way they did, I was reminded of how our returning GIs were treated when they came home from Vietnam. My cousin was one of those, and he came home to a base in San Diego. And he returned to his base from the airport in a gray, blackened out bus. The windows were painted black, and all the GIs were wondering why they couldn't look out on the streets of Southern California. And the reason why is that as they left and entered the base, they had rocks and eggs thrown at the bus. Returning GIs. That was the flashback that I remembered when I discovered our National Guards men and women being treated the way they did just this weekend. Now you got to remember, and I don't think the people of 1970s remembered, that the GIs were not the policy makers of Vietnam. They were the guys that sacrificed, they were in the service, and they took their orders and they did their orders. Following the administrations that started with Democrat presidential administrations and then later Republican administrations. And as a result, to add insult to injury, 58,000 didn't come home. To that welcome. Doesn't seem like we've gotten too far down the history trail and changed our behavior when we start treating National Guardsmen the way we do when they're asked to protect citizens from the potential of violence and destruction. That's what this resolution is about. And then to add even more insult to Minnesota, now we have the visiting Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, that wants to incite even more violence and confrontation by her own words. And then she got what she asked for. A few short hours later, guardsmen were fired on by gunfire on the streets of North Minneapolis. As far as I'm concerned, Maxine Waters should be drummed out of Congress. Traveling the country with sound bites and looking for photo ops, coming to Minnesota when she represents Southern California. Quite honestly, we've got to start remembering why we're here. Does anyone know the number one reason we have government in the state of Minnesota? I'd ask you to look at the First Amendment, the first article of the state constitution. The role of government is the protection of its citizens. Maybe we should revisit that document that we took an oath to uphold. So quite honestly, I think Senator Howe is in full right of authoring this resolution and asking us to vote for it. I'm intending on voting for it because our National Guards people who are asked to protect us deserve much better.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Howe for bringing Senate Resolution 49, which stands up for the dignity of our National Guardsmen. This should not be a partisan vote. This should not be a partisan issue. Our National Guardsmen were invited into that labor hall, and when they were asked to leave, they left. What they didn't deserve was the taunting and the jeers of those that ran them out of that hall. They had the right to do it. They had the right not to have them there. They didn't deserve to be that disrespectful. That's not who we are as Minnesotans. We stand up for our citizen soldiers. We heard of the number of members, including Senator Duckworth, who's on the front lines today, and Senator Lang, who also serves in the Guard, former Senator Reinert. These men and women stand up. They put their lives on the sideline for a few moments to ensure that we remain safe. I don't want to see the National Guardsmen out on our streets, but after last year, with the violence and destruction that we saw, I want to commend Governor Walz for taking strong action to prevent lives being lost, injury, as well as property damage. But I stand here today to condemn the words of Maxine Waters, who came to this town and told us to be more confrontational, and as Senator Limmer said, just hours later, 2 National Guardsmen were shot. That's not who we are as Minnesotans, members. Being disrespectful to the men and women who put their lives aside to help us, that's not who we are. We respect our neighbors. We respect our loved ones. They deserve better than this. So members, let's put partisanship aside. I've denounced the violence in Minneapolis last summer. I denounced the violence in Washington last January, and I'm glad we're preventing the violence now. And let's stand up for those who are keeping us safe. And again, I want to commend the governor for standing up and respecting the Guard as well. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49. Senator Kiffmeyer, as soon as the microphone is Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. So I'm going to stand up right now in support of this resolution, in support of our National Guard, but I'd like to speak to it from a little different point of view. As a very young mother, I said goodbye to my husband when our first baby was just 4 days old, as he went off to serve in the military. Now, I want to tell you, there is a lot of handsomeness in that uniform as he went off to serve our country. So when he came home, I was ready to welcome home my soldier, but he wasn't in uniform. So I asked him, I said, honey, why aren't you in uniform? He said, the Army told us, take it off before you get to the United States border, because it's not safe to wear your uniform in the United States. Not safe. So you go to another country, risk your life in Vietnam, taking care of civilian wounded, Army wounded, direct battlefield casualties, but you come home and it's not safe to wear your uniform. That should not be. For all your anger, for all your angst, for everything else that you may have, do not take it out on the soldier. They signed up to protect our country, to protect Minnesota, to protect our people, floods, disasters, all manner, without regard to who you are, what your color is, or anything else. They sign up to serve, and they serve honorably. They do not deserve the treatment of being treated with scorn, attempted harm, words of condemnation that they do not deserve. Their family members see that, and we need them. You will need them in the future. You will need them. In some way, measure, or form, our National Guard serves us all throughout the state of Minnesota, and you will need them, you will want them. But this kind of treatment discourages families and discourages others from signing up, and you need them. And they need us to stand in their defense, and that is why I'm supporting Senate Resolution 49 today, is because I'm standing up and standing for and standing on behalf of our soldiers, our National Guard, and their families who serve with them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49, Senator Westrom, followed by Senator McEwen. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I rise in strong support of Senate Resolution 49, thanking and standing up for our men and women in the National Guard, protecting us when they're called upon, to help backfill local police or statewide efforts. Whether it's floods or civil unrest, our National Guard are there when they're called. They leave their families, they leave their jobs, they leave their local communities to do a higher calling, and that is to keep the peace. As Senator Limmer just mentioned, Article 1 of our state constitution, one of our primary purposes as government is to protect the people. That's what they've been called to do, and that's what they're so ably and proudly doing, when they could be doing many other things with their families, their jobs, or in their community. And so it's hard to stand here and think of anybody not supporting this. But then you look at the actions from Democrat Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who came into Minnesota last week from Washington, D.C., and bringing her California values to try to incite some more protests and riots in Minnesota. That's the exact reason we've had to call out more guards and other reinforcements to keep the peace. That's uncalled for, and I condemn it here today. And I condemn the conduct of kicking the Guard out of the local Union Hall in St. Paul that they were invited originally to use while they're away from their families. The nurses' unions that were involved in that ought to be ashamed of themselves. And I rise today to help condemn that and bring a voice so people know across western Minnesota and all of our state what has gone on the past few days in our state by some in the union halls. But this doesn't represent all of them. Many unions have now spoke up against this union conduct by some, and I applaud them. And others that might be members of these unions and didn't know they did it, they need to speak up themselves against this type of conduct against our guards, men and women, who are there when we need their help. And so, members, I urge your support of Senate Resolution 49. Let's show our support for the National Guard. Governor Walz this time has come out strong in support. I applaud him for that as well, so we can react much quicker than what was done last summer, so members and communities can live without fear of unrest and danger for their lives. Lastly, Senator Franson talked about people want to just live and feel safe. Well, members, that's why you need to support Senate Resolution 49, because we have to have the proper reinforcements when civil unrest occurs and gets out of hand, because it leads to more violence. And if we don't have our guards and we're going to treat them like they were treated last Friday night, they aren't going to want to come, and people aren't going to want to sign up. And so let's support Senate Resolution 49 and send a strong message to our Guard that this is much appreciated by the state of Minnesota, and the conduct that was taken last week by some of the nurses' unions and other unions in St. Paul, we condemn. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49, Senator McEwen, followed by Senator Frentz. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in opposition to Senate Resolution number 49. I know that we've heard a lot of hearkening back to some historical trauma memories that people have about the way that returning soldiers from Vietnam were treated in the 70s. And it seems that what happened last Friday really triggered some of those memories, and that's unfortunate. But what I'd like to just briefly talk about is a big piece that I think is missing from this debate, and that is the history of the relationship between the National Guard and the labor movement in the United States. So our modern National Guard was created largely in response to the 1877 railroad strike. That was one of the largest and bloodiest labor disputes in the history of the United States. There's a long history between the Guard and organized labor. More recently, in the 1930s, a key turning point in the Flint sit-down strike, a historic strike, came when Michigan Governor Frank Murphy told General Motors that he would not send in the National Guard to remove the strikers from occupied plants. Because of his refusal to do that days later, GM recognized the United Auto Workers. So when we're talking just purely about the labor movement, not even bringing into context what we're dealing with right now in terms of the reckoning around racial justice in the Twin Cities, if we just historically look at the relationship between organized labor and the National Guard, there is a history there. And I think it's important for us to be informed by that history. But that brings me to this other point, and that is the reckoning that we have been undergoing for a while now, but which has heated up tremendously this past summer with the uprisings, and now again with what we've seen this past week. I wanted to just quickly note, we've also heard Article 1 of the Minnesota Constitution quoted a couple of times in regard to the purpose of government being to provide security. And that is correct, but I wanted to give the full description so people aren't misled. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people, in whom all political power is inherent, together with the right to alter, modify, or reform government whenever required by the public good. Beautiful. Hearing today two of our members insult a sitting United States representative, the Honorable Maxine Waters, is discouraging, to say the least. But I think that what it also goes to is what this very flawed Senate resolution goes to, and that is a complete failure to even begin to understand the depth of the trauma, the depth of the fear, and really what our communities of color in Minnesota grapple with. For sitting members of the Minnesota State Senate to insult Representative Maxine Waters like that, an icon in the United States who came, as was noted, from California to our Twin Cities to offer comfort to our communities that are grieving, that are asking for leadership, that are asking for help, that are asking for people to listen to them and understand their grievances. I have to say, Mr. President, it is very, very disturbing, and I wish that we had not heard disparaging, insulting words like that issued against a sitting United States representative in this hall. But I just think it goes to this failure to even begin to try to understand why would people feel afraid of our National Guard. As has been well stated, many of them are union members. They take time out of their lives. They have other careers. They give of themselves to do this service for our community. It seems like there's a really good understanding in this body of that service and the goodness that comes with what these men and women have done and are doing in the Guard. But for many people in Minnesota and throughout our history in the United States, the military is not a comforting force. It is a frightening, scary presence. It threatens their survival. It threatens their well-being. It threatens their First Amendment rights. It threatens their ability to express themselves and participate in democracy, to improve their communities. So to cast aside and not recognize those legitimate concerns grounded and forged in our history, both here and nationally, and to just forge ahead with a resolution like this that really is an attempt to sever labor, to divide a community that is already in crisis and grappling with so much conflict. It's the height of cynicism. So I urge my colleagues to think deeply about the history and to consider what message a resolution condemning behavior like this would send. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49. Senator Herr, followed by Senator Jasinski. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hesitate to speak at the beginning, but I think it's probably matter for me now to say a few words. And every now and then when I thought about sharing my life experience, I get a little nervous, it's letting a little piece out of my life to the public. And I, for one, see a country fall apart. As a child, as a young man, later on, got education and look back and how my home country has fallen apart. I know that a number of senators here has mentioned the word Vietnam, and I was the result of the Vietnam War. I was there. And I remember taking my younger sibling and hiding in the woods, in the jungle. So I appreciate those who have brothers and sisters that fought in Vietnam. Some didn't make it, and some came back alive with certain illness, and we all have respect for those who serve. I do personally have respect for those who serve. National Guard, police officer, even us legislature, everyone who served their country. But what we're missing here is the people. The people, as I referenced to myself, being a young man, as a child, leading my younger sibling hiding in the wood, the people are unsafe, feeling unsafe. The people are not heard. And at this time, we're putting a resolution pitting our labor community against our National Guard, National against. This will go on forever. But we forget to listen to the people. We forget to listen to them. What are their needs? You know, we talk about equity bills, the shortage of budget, and all education. We would never value that as important as we spend hours today talking about the conflict between our National Guard and our laborers. And we are in turbulent time right now. I know I did mention a little bit last week when I put my amendment on anti-Asian hate crimes, and I brought forth my faith. And yes, I'm a person of faith, but I believe strongly in the separation of church and state. But if you're going to put this resolution forward, dividing our structure of institution, I'd rather that we put resolution to mandate our various church to pray together. Black and white church, when have we done that before? Every Sunday when we go to church, we all go to our own separate ethnic group church and never join as a family. So if I want to sum up, that's what I do. I would not vote for this resolution if it went this way. I say we better well spent, and praise is what we need. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49. Senator Jasinski, followed by Senator Howe. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support today of Senate Resolution 49 and want to thank our military and veterans currently here in the Senate, on the Senate floor. Senator Newton, Senator Duckworth, Senator Anderson, Senator Chamberlain, Senator Howe, Senator Lang. As a fellow military member, past veteran, I stand in support of Senate Resolution number 49. These people, our military, our veterans, stood up to protect our country and our state. And I don't know what it is about people that have been in the military, but we stand together. And I think we should stand together for our military, our veterans, our National Guard. It's very important to have these people serve. I wish more people would serve. I think maybe they would get a better idea of what it's all about. When I was in the military, when we came back from a deployment, which I did 2 overseas in the Persian Gulf, they had a parade, a fanfare. They had airplanes flying overhead to say thank you for what you do. And I think we should thank our veterans and our military people for what they do, and our National Guard for protecting us here in Minnesota. I also am not happy about Representative Maxine Waters coming to our state to incite violence. That's what she did. She said, be more confrontational. That is a political move that's happening here in Minnesota. We're drawing attention by other people to come into our state and do that. I've talked to several of my friends. They've traveled down south this winter for vacation. Number one thing they heard is, what is going on in Minnesota? What is going on in Minnesota? We have become a state that has drawn national attention for what's going on. So to support violence here in Minnesota by a U.S. Congresswoman is crazy. So I stand in support of our military. I wish, again, more military people could serve. Our young people coming up should serve in the military, because I'll tell you what, it gives you a different view on life. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on Senate Resolution number 49, Senator Howe, followed by Senator Kent. Senator Howe.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution is not theater. This resolution supports our National Guard members and their families. It sends a message to those members. It sends a message to those labor organizations that decided to do theater on Facebook. That's what this resolution does. If you want theater, go put the uniform on and go out there with our National Guard members, and you'll see theater, and it's not enjoyable. It's high tension. Have a family member out there. Many of us do. Those folks out there are somebody's family. Members, we got to hold folks accountable. We hear that over and over. If we don't, they just do it again. So, members, please support Senate Resolution 49 and send the appropriate message. Thank you, Mr. President.
Final discussion on Senate Resolution number 49, Senator Kent, followed by Senator Gazelka. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a couple things I wanted to say, but before I get into those, I want to make a couple of other responses to things that have been said on the floor today. One of which is, comments about and criticisms of people who would incite violence. Well, I just want to say I really hope that everyone who is doing that was really quick to condemn our former president when he incited all sorts of violence, including bias and hate-based attacks on Asian Americans and on immigrants, and even on January 6th on Vice President Mike Pence. I think it's really great that we have decided it's a good idea today to condemn people for inciting violence. I also want to say, and this is in response to some of the comments made by my colleague Senator Franzen, talking about the fact that people around the world and the country are looking at Minnesota right now, this week. Well, we just got a letter from the Minnesota Business Partnership, and I will share it. This is literally just came in since she spoke, but I thought the timing was pretty powerful. And they acknowledge that at the time they recognized that the measures passed in 2020 were a start in the process of police reform, not an end, stating that the partnership is prepared to engage vigorously in this process and is committed to stay engaged for the long haul. We should all have committed to staying engaged for the long haul, and we should have been doing the work long before now. But we still have a month. We did amazing work in a month in the summer of 2020, and I challenge all of us to step up to that and to make the changes that we need to do. Members, everybody has a voice. All Americans have a voice. We all have the right to speak out. We have the privilege of having a voice that gets heard in different ways. And we try to use that voice judiciously. But ultimately, we are in the unique position, 201 of us, to pass laws that will make a difference in the lives of Minnesotans, to accomplish something. That should inform and drive how we spend our time and the work that we do. Do. Not always just say, do. Deliver results. I am not going to engage in a debate about the substance of what is before us right now. Again, right now, this week, when our communities are struggling and in pain. I understand there was some debate on whether or not this resolution represents theater. I don't know if I'll use that word, but I will say it certainly represents political posturing. And the evidence of that is that a roll call was called for. Senate majority could pass this just fine, but no. To demonstrate this is political posturing, we've asked for a roll call. Noted. Members, as leaders, we have an obligation. In many ways, I think the most simple version, and as I look at Senator Dr. Matt Klein, this comes to mind. First, do no harm. And in this week, when people across our state are hurting and struggling with facing a loss of trust in so many things that are supposed to protect them, we should not make things worse. We should not add to the tensions. Something I don't talk about often, it was in my adulthood, my mother went back to school and became a minister. And at the end of her career, she was a chaplain at a rehabilitation hospital and for hospice. She's my hero for the work that she did as a chaplain in hospice. One of the things my mother taught me when I was growing up was her favorite piece of scripture, and I have embraced it throughout my life. Love builds up. We are supposed to love each other, to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. What we are doing today is not loving our neighbors. It is not building it up. It is not calming the tensions. It is not providing reassurances of trust. It is adding to the tensions. It is playing with matches in a dry field. So like my friend and colleague, Senator Franzen, I also am going to vote against this resolution as much as out of protest for the very fact that we are spending our valuable time doing this when what we need to be doing is working on behalf of the people of Minnesota. Thank you, members.
Final discussion on Senate Resolution number 49. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think an important debate. I will say that it's a rare time that I think a resolution could come or should come to the floor and that we actually have a discussion and actually have a vote on it. I think the only other time this year that I thought one should happen is that we would have one that condemned the violence and destruction at our federal capital and also condemned the violence and destruction in Minneapolis and St. Paul. Because all of it should be condemned. All lawlessness needs to be stopped, has kind of been my position. But this was one that I felt like needed to happen, and frankly, I hope more and more people stand up for the many good police and National Guard that are out there while we're addressing those that in some way or the other have crossed the line and need to be either brought to court or whatever the action is. But the vast number of police and National Guard are well respected, and we need to let them know. And when they were kicked out of that labor hall, I called some of my blue-collar union friends and said, what in the world is going on? And they joined with me. They were outraged. A number of them wrote letters. Some of them left the AFL-CIO because they said, enough of this disrespect. And members, I don't know that I have seen in my lifetime the disrespect for the police and now the National Guard as we have right now. I'm actually shocked at the breadth of that. Not in the area I live. There's great respect for the police and the National Guard. I represent Camp Ripley. I called General Cruz this morning from Camp Ripley. Deep respect. But what I see around here, it shocks me every time I see it. Because the National Guard is really there to, as a buffer. They're crowd control. They're bringing things together. They're stopping what people want to do as harm, and that should be a great appreciation from many. I could just remind you, last year, 1,500 buildings, Minneapolis burning, and everybody's wringing their hands. What do we do? What do we do? The death of George Floyd was on a Monday, the riots starting Tuesday with destruction. Wednesday, the mayor asked for help from the governor. Thursday, Friday, it kept going on and on and on. When the National Guard came in full force on Saturday, that's when we got control. And so I was incredibly grateful. I was grateful they were out on the streets, because they were taking the streets back for the average person in all of those communities that were trying to defend themselves from those that were doing destruction all around them. And so very, very grateful to the National Guard. And so when Senator Howe asked me about this resolution, that was on a Saturday morning, I believe, is when he talked to me about it. I said, yeah, let me think about it. Go ahead and work on it. But I'd gotten an invite to go to the command center and go speak to the Guard after that, and just to encourage them and thank them. And I was incredibly honored, and it is true that showing appreciation to them versus what they'd gotten the day before was what they needed to hear. And the governor did, and I did, and frankly, everybody should on a regular basis be doing that. But showing appreciation. And for perspective, I had been invited by a pastor from Minneapolis to go on the other side of the wall a day or two earlier, and was planning to do that as well, but we ran long here doing our bills and I couldn't get it done. So all of us need to understand what's going on, but we have to have the National Guard out there. We need to respect them. We need the police and the National Guard working together with the communities to make sure our streets are safe for everyone. But this resolution, members, should be a yes for everybody. It's a simple yes to simply say thank you for the work you're doing. The National Guard is in all of our communities. Many of us have friends. We should be letting them know, and this is a powerful way that we can let them know that we appreciate what they're doing.
Senator Gazelka renews his motion to adopt Senate Resolution number 49 as amended. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, and the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. 323 and 206.
Bill, all that damn whining sure does interrupt my sleep. See, all that damn whining sure does interrupt my sleep. Was I snoring? Because I was asleep.
I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 42 ayes and 23 nays, the motion prevails and the resolution is adopted. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we have an author's motion to be read by the Secretary.
Senator Howe moves that the name of Senator Limmer be added as co-author to Senate Resolution number 49.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills to be made for special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the sheet's on your desk. The first one we've taken off.
The first bill up for consideration is number 75 on General Orders, Senate File 1846, Senator Dahms.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate File 1846 is a department technical bill. It has some technical changes that they wanted to get made, and also I'll introduce an amendment here. We're going to have 4 other bills that were also department bills, and these bills came in at different times, so today we're going to put these bills together in one bill so that they can be passed through as one bill. It'll be the Department of Commerce's technical plus other parts of the bill. So the bills that we'll be adding to 1846 will be Senate File 1742, Senate File 1606, Senate File 1605, and Senate File 122. So, Mr. President, I would like to move the A7 amendment, and this will be a delete all amendment.
Senator Dahms offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dahms moves to amend Senate File number 1846 as follows: delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A7 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Dahms.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As I said earlier, the A7 amendment will bring together the other 4 bills within Senate Files 1846. And so what I'll do is I'll talk about Senate File 1846 a little bit, and then about the other one that I'm bringing in that is amended in, and that was 1765. So the 1846 will be the main bill as amended. That is, like I say, the Department of Corrections technical bill, and I'll just touch a little bit on some of the things. This bill makes technical and housekeeping changes, and the language has been shared with the impacted industries. The change in the bills includes clarifying the Commissioner's report and competitiveness of the workers' compensation market in Minnesota, and there is no substantial changes are being made to this report. Another change in the bill states that the bullion dealers must notify the commissioner of any dealer representative termination within 10 days of the termination if the termination was based on statute violations. Another change in this department bill prohibits real estate brokers, salespersons, or agents from discouraging a person from contacting the Department of Commerce on regulated matters under the broker's chapter. And finally, the bill allows debt collectors to work remotely. Currently, the Minnesota law requires third-party collection agencies to secure a separate license for each of their locations. So this did cause some issues when they wanted to work remotely. This structure is unique and puts collectors on unequal footing with other financial service employees, as it does not reasonably allow for individual collectors to work from their home, because each individual's home would have to be licensed as if it were an agency location and pay a corresponding fee. Senate File 1765, this is the NAIC Credit for Reinsurance Model Act, and this bill makes several revisions that are in the NAIC accreditation requirement effective September 1st of 2022. The 2019 revisions implemented the reinsurance collateral provision of the covered agreements were entered in between the United States and the European Union and the United Kingdom. This requires states to eliminate collateral requirements entirely within 5 years or to be subject to federal preemption. Minnesota has already adopted the original Credit for Reinsurance Model Act as of September 2020. 16 other states have implemented the 2019 changes, and this is a priority for the Insurance Federation of Minnesota. The other bills, I'll call on Senator Utke. And if Senator Utke would like to go through, he has 3 bills that we've added into this. That'd be Senate File 122, Senate File 1605, and Senate File 1606, and then we'll open it up for questions. Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A7 amendment. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dahms. Members, I'll go through the 3 bills that I had a part in, and I'm going to start with what was Senate File 122, which makes workers' compensation rate-making adjustments. And I'll be referring to the MWCIA, which is the Minnesota Workers' Compensation Insurers Association. And then the 2 things that we're going to be looking at here: it improves accuracy of the lost costs within the workers' compensation system and facilitates competition among work comp carriers, improving accuracy of the lost costs, and promotes better competition across all carriers in the state, not disadvantaging smaller carriers. The bill does 4 things. It allows the MWCIA to develop losses to their ultimate level. The MWCIA is currently only able to develop losses to the 27th year. This leaves some lost costs out of their annual rate-making report and moves the responsibility for developing as we say, the rest of the rate to the companies themselves. This, of course, is putting pressure on and disadvantaging our smaller companies. It allows the MWCIA to include annual loss ratio trends in their rate-making report. Simply put, looking back can help predict the future. And it allows the MWCIA to include loss adjusting expenses in rate-making. And finally, part of the bill was, it just required the Department of Commerce to update their rules around the issue to allow these elements on the rules side. And that concludes what was in the rate-making adjustments related to setting the work comp insurance rates. What was Senate File 1605 and actually 1606, the next 2 bills that I'll highlight a little bit, they are both NAIC Model Act bills, and they came from the Department of Commerce. And the NAIC is the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. The purpose of the first bill, 1605, was Minnesota's non-forfeiture law is to guarantee value for individual deferred annuity owners who cancel their contracts while also protecting the insurer from the risks and costs involved in insuring an annuity. It does this by providing that individual deferred annuity owners can elect to receive a paid-up annuity or a cash surrender benefit. The minimum non-forfeiture rate amounted is equal to 87.5% of the premium, earning a minimum statutory interest rate. The non-forfeiture amount is less than 100% to account for the insurer's expenses. The current statutory non-forfeiture minimum rate is 1%. And due to the extremely low rates that we are currently experiencing and have over the last number of years, the 1% rate ended up being too high to work for this system. Therefore, the NAIC determined that states need to take action and lower that statutory rate from the floor of a 1% to a 0.15%. Lowering the floor is necessary to promote prudent investment by the insurance companies and will result in greater income benefits for the policyholder. A lower non-forfeiture interest rate floor can lead to enhanced guaranteed income benefits for policyholders and maintain more options in the marketplace for the consumer. And finally, what was Senate File 1606 is again the NAIC Security Model Act bill coming from the department. And this language speaks to our data breaches and security. In recent years, there have been several major data breaches involving large insurers that have exposed and compromised the sensitive personal information of millions of insurance consumers. As a result, state insurance regulators made a reevaluation of regulations around cybersecurity and the consumer data protection a top priority, and in early 2016, the NAIC began drafting the Insurance Data Security Model Law. This model was adopted following almost 2 years of extensive deliberations and input from our state insurance regulators, consumers, representatives, and insurance industry. State adoption of the model is critical for state insurance regulators to have the tools they need to better protect sensitive consumer information. The model requires insurers and other entities licensed by the State Department of Insurance to develop, implement, and maintain information security programs based on its risk assessment, with designated employee in charge of the information security program. The model phases in requirements for compliance with the information security program and oversight of a third-party service providers. Licensees determine the appropriate security measures to implement based on careful ongoing risk assessment for internal and external threats. The model also requires licensees to investigate cybersecurity event and notify the state insurance commissioner of the event. It also grants insurance commissioners the power to examine and investigate licensees to determine compliance with the law and provide state insurance regulators with the authority to remedy data security deficiencies they find during an examination. The model exempts licensees with fewer than 25 employees, licensees compliant with the current HIPAA laws, and agents of licensee affiliated with a deposit institution that maintains an information security program in compliance with the interagency guidelines. And Mr. President, that covers those three bills.
Discussion on the A7 amendment. Seeing none, we're on the A7 amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 1846 as amended. Senator Dahms.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate 1846 as amended The 5 bills that are part of that are the 4 plus the 1846. All 5 of those bills have went through the Commerce Department in the House and been passed out, went through the Commerce, I should say Commerce Committee in the House and Commerce Committee in the Senate. They've all been passed out, and there were no opponents on any of the bills, and there were several people in support of the bills. So it's just like I said earlier, it's a department bill. So I would urge a green vote.
Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dahms, for bringing this bill forward. And as the lead in the Commerce Division, we certainly support the technical bill and policy bill. There are no red flags, and members, I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will give Senate File 1846 its 3rd reading.
Senate File Number 1846, a bill for an act relating to commerce.
3rd reading. Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 1846. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, and the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Ekin votes aye.
Ekin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Frentz, can you please repeat the votes for Eaton and Eakin, please?
I didn't say a vote for Senator Eaton, but I did say Senator Ekin was an aye.
Eakin votes aye. No vote for Senator Eaton.
Not yet.
Okay, and then you said Senator Latz voted aye?
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz?
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz?
Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Senator Frentz?
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Frentz?
Senator Klein votes aye.
Klein votes aye. Senator Frentz?
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz?
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Johnson Stewart votes aye. Senator Frentz?
And Senator Swadzinski votes aye.
Swadzinski votes aye. Senator Frentz?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rosen votes aye.
Rosen votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we have an author's motion to be read by the Secretary.
Senator Howe moves that the name of Senator Jasinski be added as co-author to Senate Resolution number 49.
On the author's motion read by the Secretary, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. Next bill up for consideration is number 111 on general orders, Senate File 959, Senator Rude.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate File 959 is the Environment and Natural Resources Finance Committee's Omnibus bill. This bill provides funding for the Pollution Control Agency, the Department of Natural Resources, the Metropolitan Council, Regional Parks, the Met Council, Minnesota Conservation Corps, the Board of Water and Soil Resources, the Minnesota Zoo, the Science Museum, and the Minnesota Board of Tourism. That's Explore Minnesota Tourism. The Environment Committee was giving a target of $15 million below base for FY 22 and 23. The committee achieved its target by leveraging funds within its jurisdiction other than the general fund, like the Environmental Fund, the Lottery and Lieu, and Game and Fish Fund, and the LCCMR. The committee's priorities were supporting groundwater preservation, targeting AIS, wastewater management, flood mitigation, recycling, and waste management. Article 1 of the bill is finance. The PCA received a general fund cut of minus 17%, but still all in all 5% of all funds in the agency total, for about a 1% difference between the Senate and the governor. The DNR received a 4% general fund cut, but it ends up with plus 2% of all funds in the agency, about a 3% difference between the Senate and the governor. Bowser received a 5% general fund cut and ended up with a 3% all funds cut total. And that is a difference between an 18% difference between the Senate and the governor. Minnesota Tourism saw an increase in the general fund spending as well as did timber permits. Article 2 of the bill is from the Policy Division. And it has several members' bills in it, and I'll just highlight a few of them. It includes the 2020 and the 2021 Lands Bill. The Lands Bill is a very well-vetted agency bill needed every year to help local units of government, the DNR, and other agencies deal with land issues that crop up during the year, such as sale of tax forfeited land, state park boundaries, a wide variety of issues, all non-controversial, well vetted. And members, I will tell you that in the policy committee, we sometimes felt like it was Groundhog Day, because these bills and these issues have been voted on before in 2020 and come forward again in 2021. We also did the 2020 and the 2021 DNR agency bill. It's pretty much the same scenario as the lands bill, well vetted, controversial technical changes that were needed. Then we have Senate File 12. That's the walleye reduction limit. This comes from the Walleye Alliance, MinFish, many other fishing groups and anglers. The bill makes the walleye limit consistent across the state using the Lake of the Woods language suggested by the DNR for 4 walleye and 2 sauger. If you don't know what sauger is, it's more of northern Minnesota fish that really resembles the walleye. Fishing pressure has increased exponentially. We have the highest angling licenses in 20 years. We had 130,000 more angling licenses sold last year than any other year. The pressure mostly comes from hard water fishing. You've seen these new ice houses that look more like mobile homes, and they park on the lake, and instead of just bringing your fish house for an afternoon of fishing, they stay for a few days, a week, a couple weeks, and the fishing pressure has been enormous. The new electronics and new boats have also added to this. So this is a bill that was introduced several years ago, and now it has a consensus of the anglers and the DNR and many folks across, and the pandemic really shed a light on the fishing pressures. And the walleye Minnesota is known for its walleyes, so we need to be proactive in taking care of this fish. We also included Senate File 1073. We are updating the statewide AIS plans. Senate File 1110 is about issuing permits. You will remember that in Dakota County, a group from the southwestern states came and wanted to take our water. They wanted to pump 500 million gallons of water and send it to states like Arizona via the water train. We want to ensure that this does not happen, so this simply tightens that language. We also have Senate File 1532, which is about the school trust. You know, it's our fiduciary responsibility to take care of our children's in the trust fund and the school trust lands. And this bill really seeks to capitalize on the ecosystem services that we have in the state, such as wetland banking, carbon sequestration. It really helps the fiduciary responsibility is that these lands make money for our students, and this will help them do that. We also have Senate File 14, which is the minnow importation bill. And members, the purpose of this bill is this is a bill that I've carried since 2017, and every year we've brought it to the attention of the DNR. We've done studies, we've done a lot of things, but the conclusion is that we need an alternative to importing golden shiners, and investing and increasing in golden shiners in the culture in the state of Minnesota is what we need to do. And so we want to encourage, by including this bill, we are encouraging again and again that the Minnesota DNR needs to help us have this industry grow for Minnesota. With that, members, I think let's see. We have Article 3 is the LCCMR for 2021. It's the 2020 LCCMR that did not receive the requisite amount of votes to pass with recommendation. And we also have Article 4 is the LCCMR for 2022, which it's untouched, and it came through with unanimous recommendation from the council. With that, members, I have the A63 amendment.
Senator Ruud offers the A63. The Secretary will report the A63 amendment.
Senator Rude moves to amend Senate File Number 959 as follows, page 160, line 23. This is the A63 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Rude.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an author's amendment. You know, as we continue to work through our bills and we listen to our members and the concerns that they have, we are making these changes. We heard that there was some concern about the whole effluent toxicity rulemaking. We call it the WET provision for sugar beets, and this really tightens down the language that it is only for sugar beets. It is not for any other rulemaking for water. We also, there's a Senator Weber bill on water quality and storage practices, and we need to make sure that the emphasis intended to be water quality, not simply flood control. This amendment does that. This amendment also takes out the wastewater treatment money and language from the 2020 LCCMR bill. And with that, members, I'd appreciate your support.
Any comments on the, what is it? The A63 amendment? Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Rude, I'm just looking through this amendment, and I see that there's a difference on line 1.11. And Mr. President, if Senator Rude would yield for a question.
Senator Rude will yield.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President. Senator Rude, just can you clarify what that section deletes, the 2.5 million to inserting 6.6 million? I heard in your opening remarks that the committee targets were $59 over base, so I'm a little confused if this is adding more to the bill. And can you just please clarify what that section of your amendment does? Thank you.
Senator Rude.
Mr. President and Senator Franzen, thank you for the question. That is the portion of the bill that takes out the wastewater treatment money in the LCCMR bill, and that money then is put into the Parks and Trails section.
Senator Franzen. Any further comments on the A63 amendment? Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually looking to get more clarity on what wastewater treatment programs were removed from the bill.
Senator Dietzig, are you asking Senator Rude to yield?
Yes.
Senator Rude will yield.
So,
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President and Senator Dietzig, there was portions where wastewater treatment was funded from the LCCMR funds, and that has been a bone of contention for many folks. And so with those, we felt it necessary to take those out of the bill, and so that's what the amendment does.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rude. So on page 188, is that the wastewater grants for small communities? I'm sorry, I'm looking at this at the same time. Rural septic system assistant grants.
Senator Dietzig, can you lower the microphone toward your mouth?
Pardon me?
Can't hear you very good, so there you go.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rude, so is that those wastewater treatment grants, that's about $2 million. There's a rural septic assistance grant that's about $500,000. Water volume quality and storage program for Bowser. And then an additional $2 million to Bowser. Is that? That looks like that's subdivision 4. Is that what you're removing?
Oops. Mr. President, Senator Disick is
Senator
page 179 through 188, those projects.
Senator Dietzig,
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
are you done? Senator Dietzig, you're done? Senator Torres-Ray.
Mr. President, thank you. As Senator Rood stated, this is a pretty important amendment, and I know many members are asking what it is because this is critical. So like you are seeing Senator Disick trying to understand this, I think it's important that Senator Rood just really presents the whole thing because this is a pretty important thing. So I would like to ask Senator Rood if she could yield and just go over the amendment and explain what are the different portions of it. Several members are pretty confused about it. They don't know what's in, what's out. I know for those of us who are in the committee, it's a little bit easier to kind of track, and even for those of us who are trying to track, if Senator Ruth could go through it, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Senator Torres-Ray, would you like Senator Rood to yield to a question or just explain the amendment?
Sorry, Mr. President, I just would like Senator Rood to go over the amendment and explain, because many members are asking me what does this amendment do. So
Senator
if she could go cover all of the different changes, that would be great.
Senator Rood.
Mr. President and Senator Torres-Ray, it's really very simple. The first part of it changes the wet program so it will only be for sugar beet facilities and not the rest of the state. And then on lines 179 and 188, if you look at the bill, it simply takes out the projects that include water or money for wastewater treatments, which many members don't believe it should be part of the LCCMR. And the last part of the amendment has to deal with the water quality and storage practices. I think I've explained that, but if Senator Weber would like to speak to that portion, it was his bill originally.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. The items that are listed there in the amendment actually spell out some of those issues and items that are particular to water quality. One of the issues for the water storage program in the Minnesota River, for which the bill was originally drafted, was intended to provide funding and for research in water storage capacity, and these items are all pertaining to that element. And while we recognize that there are elements of flood control as well, these items were specifically listed so that they would be available and would be provided for as Bowser looks at proposals for different projects.
Any further discussion on the A63 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is adopted. Senator Rood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one more amendment to get the bill in the way I would like it, and then we'll go for questions. And with that, Mr. President, I have the A57 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A57 amendment.
Senator Rood moves to amend Senate File Number 959 as follows. Page 76, after line 26, insert. This is the A57 amendment.
Senator Rood.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our policy committee, Senator Herr had a bill on turtles, and we did not include it in the policy bill. But we made a commitment to Senator Herr and others that we would work really hard on the language to come to an agreement on language that really worked for everyone. And I want to thank Senator Herr for being so open to working on this language. And this is the language that the DNR has come up with and that we are all in agreement with. And so we would like to add it to the bill now because it is an agreement. And I do believe with that, Senator Abler had one small amendment to the amendment to really put it in the condition it needs to be in.
Thank you.
Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend the root amendment to Senate File Number 959 as follows, page 1 after line 2, insert. This is the A75 amendment.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if anybody has served here for a while, even just a few months, you discover you're going to take on topics you had no idea what you were going to learn about that. Suddenly I become very involved in the turtle discussion. Having been a young person, we did turtle races. That's about as much as I thought I'd ever be doing with turtles. Anyway, so I appreciate the work done by Senator Herr and Senator Rood and others to kind of roll back the total ban on turtle harvesting to a more reasonable, thoughtful position. I actually have occasion to have met several professional turtlers. Mr. President, I didn't know we had them. One of my brothers has a neighbor up in central Minnesota, and he's been a turtler for quite some time. Back in 2002 or thereabouts, there was a similar debate on the floor, and I can't see why it hasn't been one every year. It's such a hot topic. But anyway, at that point, there were about 80 professional turtlers. There's about 18 left. And there was a similar concern, I guess, back then. And so the compromise at the time was that they would be allowed to keep their licenses and pass them on through one generation to their child. That maybe accomplished their purpose for them, but it seems like an unreasonable restraint for the 18 who were remaining, many of whom are very old and are very responsible turtlers. And so having talked to these individuals, it seems like it's about time to take off the prohibition against the transfer. It's the only such transfer that I've ever heard of any type that you have to only give it once to your child. I can't imagine a farm or a house or any industry, a car dealership or anything like this. And so I've talked to Senator Herr and Senator Rood and Senator Gazelka, and they seem like they're good with this, and I think it's a really improvement on the state of turtling in Minnesota, Mr. President. With that, I will ask for people's support.
Senator Abler, there's an expression in hockey called turtling also.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's helpful.
That later. To the amendment to the amendment, is there any comments or questions? Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I just want to see if Senator Abler will yield.
Senator Abler will yield. Senator Herr.
Okay. Senator Abler, with this amendment that you have here, does it doesn't grandfather in the turtle license forever, right? Can you explain that part? Senator
Abler.
Mr. President, Senator Herr, of the 80 licenses that were issued back in the early part of this century, or millennium, whatever, there were 80. There are 18 left. They would allow those 18 or 19 to continue to pass on. They would have to abide by all the standards that the new provisions provide and get a license and be approved by the state. So it's not random, but they will continue to be the responsible turtlers they have been.
Senator Herr.
Mr. President, my first question wasn't very clear. I was wondering, is there going to be a sunset on this, the license? This is a question that I want to ask Senator Abler.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, no, there would not be.
Any further comments or questions on the A75 amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is adopted. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
To the Senator Franzen, to the A57 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you learn something new every day, so I looked up turtling just for edification of what it meant in hockey. But those who aren't familiar with the term, it's when a player initiates a fight and then covers up like a turtle going into his shell without actually throwing a punch. So I wonder, Mr. President, your experience with turtling. But I digress. I stand here with
I didn't fight Senator Franzen.
Mr. President, I have an A43 amendment.
Is this an amendment to the 857 amendment?
Yes. Oh, excuse me, no.
But
It's over the overall amendment, so we're still on an amendment to the amendment?
Let us act on the 857 amendment first.
Thank you.
Senator Herr.
Mr. President and Senator Root and Senator Abler, I thank you for both of you working on the turtle amendment with me, and as I bring to committee, it seems to have its liking. I know the turtle is one of the vulnerable species in our state, and we're not talking about farm turtles here. We're talking about wild turtle, harvesting wild turtles, and so we want to give them a little support so that we could have more turtle, or keep it the same to our future generation. And so, although I support the overall language, I just want to say that to members that vote based on your conscience on this turtle provision, and I appreciate Senator Root for working with me on this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the 857 amendment as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment as amended is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Franzen.
Mr. President, if I could.
Senator Root.
So, Mr. President, now that the bill is is in its present form, I would be amiss if I did not say thank you to all the people that really helped in this bill. Between the two committees, it's quite a few folks. The Environment and Natural Resources Finance Committee, Chair Ingebrigtsen, of which I'm the Vice Chair. And I want to thank Ranking Minority Members, Senator Torres Ray, Senator Dibble, Senator Eaton, Senator Eichhorn, Senator Lang, and Senator Tomassoni. And of course, they could not put the bill together without the committee administrator, Megan Hennon, and the legislative assistant, Will Wagner. With that, we also include the Environment and Natural Resources Policy Committee with Vice Chair Weber, Ranking Minority Member Fong He, Senator He, and also Senator Swedinsky, Senator McEwen, Senator Lang, and Senator Senjum. I have an amazing committee administrator, Matthew Elfritz, my legislative assistant, Lisa Handrick, and I will tell you that these committees have the most amazing nonpartisan staff ever, and we couldn't put this bill together without them. Counsel Ben Stanley, legislative analyst Greg Knopf, and fiscal analyst Dan Miller, and I thank them all for putting together this 2021 Environment Finance Bill. And with that, Mr. President, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Root. Senator Franzen, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A43 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A43 amendment.
Senator Franzen moves to amend Senate File Number 959 as follows. Page 71, delete Section 67. This is the A43 amendment.
Senator Franzen to the A43 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. From turtles to wolves, I actually had the great experience over the spring break that we had here at the legislature to go to the International Wolf Center in Ely, where if you haven't been to that particular destination, please find your way there, and saw some great information about wolves and great information about the efforts in Minnesota to have a sustainable population of wolves. And I took my two little kids, and we got to see two Arctic wolves, and it was really a really cool experience to really understand the greatness of these animals. And this amendment it goes to the effect of a provision that was added to this bill, Senator Rood, that was pretty controversial and came a little bit kind of a dead end late in the night, establishing an open season for wolves. Mr. President, Senator Rood, and I'd like to ask for a roll call for this amendment.
Roll call is granted.
Thank you. I believe that the DNR is already in the process of updating a 20-year-old wolf management plan, and I sent out the Humane Society's letters and some information about this. And they have a public process where they get input from stakeholders, diverse groups of technical working group, a consultation with tribal nations, and input from the general public. If you all remember, a few years back, we had a great advocacy campaign to end the wolf hunt. And I have to say, I've never received more emails in my inbox on any other issue than this issue. A lot of people in the public are really concerned about our wolf population and the inhumane treatment of wolves when it comes to trophy hunting and trapping. And certainly, after my experience in Ely, I understand why. And following the science and following experts in the field, knowing the importance of having these animals and how valuable they are for many cultures as well, including our tribal nations. I believe that this is a rush to something that should not be mandated by the legislature, but by the experts who manage these populations, making sure that our public are safe, that our herds are safe, but also that there is a sustainable population of wolves in Minnesota. And rather than just rushing into this mandate of trophy hunting and trapping season, we need to be crucial that we let the public process continue. So members, I encourage a green vote. Let's park this. Let's wait till we get the recommendations of how to treat these animals and not rush to a mandate by the legislature. We're not the experts in this, and certainly we want to make sure that we do this in a humane fashion. So, Mr. President, I ask for a green vote and a roll call for this amendment, and I look forward to getting your support. Thank you.
Senator Rude to the A43 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Franson. Well, I don't think this is a rush to anything. We have already had 2 very successful wolf hunts in the state of Minnesota before they were stopped. They were very successful, they worked very well, they can be implemented very quickly with the procedures that we have in place. If you live in greater Minnesota, you know that wolves are really a problem. If you have farms where you see your calving, right now calving is happening all over the state of Minnesota. The fields are full of those beautiful little calves, but they are also the prime food for the wolves. And they eat the calves, and we pay the farmers for the calves that they eat because they file claims for those. I have been, along with several members of this body, we have put together a lot of legislation and grant funding for non-lethal methods of wolf control, and they've worked well, and I'm very proud of those issues. But we need more management in the state of Minnesota. I can tell you that they are a lot further south than you would believe. And when we see them all the time in greater Minnesota, at some point in time there's going to be a wolf-human interaction, and then we'll all be sorry that we didn't put together a very big management program. About 5 years ago, we had a wolf take a young boy out of his sleeping bag north of Pine River, Minnesota, and I never want that to happen again. We have thousands of wolves in the state of Minnesota. There are places where you there's no deer left for deer hunting because the wolves have taken out the populations. So we need wolf management in Minnesota. We can do this very easily. We've already shown that we can do it successfully. They're off the endangered species list, and so I urge members to vote against this amendment.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Well, when we heard this amendment late at night in committee on the last day of considering the bill in markup and then again today on the floor, we heard a lot of statements given as fact and science. And in fact, if any of those things are true, we'll find out about those through the analysis that's being done by the DNR right now in developing the wolf management plan. On the night that we heard the amendment, we heard that coyotes were present in the metropolitan area because wolves were pushing them down here. I've never heard any basis in science, in fact, that tells us that that's the case, that we're being overrun with wolves. Remember, we have thousands of wolves. Well, we do have thousands. We have about 2,500 wolves. Is that overrun? We don't know because the DNR is examining that very question. That calves are the prime food for wolves. We just heard that. Is that the case? Well, that kind of stretches the imagination that that is the prime food for wolves. when another assertion is made that they've hunted all the deer out of existence in particular areas. The other thing we hear, though, however, from the scientists is that wolves actually help keep the deer and other cervidae populations healthy, that depredation of livestock is extremely rare. We have very, very successful non-lethal management techniques, as Senator Ruud just touched on. But the bottom line, members, is we can make a lot of sweeping generalizations that aren't founded in science and research and evidence and rush to judgment and create a wolf hunt. Or we can just simply wait for the DNR to do its work. A process which also, by the way, members, engages the public, stakeholders, other people who are knowledgeable on this subject, hunters, wolf lovers, scientists, all kinds of people who can be a part of that process of providing input and perspective and good information. And we can get to a sound wolf management plan and then decide about a hunt and whether or not that's advisable, rather than rushing to judgment, preempting the work of the DNR, maybe doing that outside of what's scientifically sound in terms of sound practices and wolf management practices, and get to a better decision, Mr. President. I would encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion? Senator
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to share with members that wolf has ranking order in their survival. There's, the alpha male or alpha couples, and open door for hunter to not knowing the right wolf to kill could cause the pack to break apart, and that's how we could cause them to endanger if it could interfere with human, even though that percentage is low. And from my understanding is that wolves tend to seek their prey out of the weakest, wildlife, whether it's the deer that's probably the weakest, or probably sick and ill, and like Senator Bush said, it keeps our deer population healthy. And I would like to surrender my effort to the expert, the management, to have a plan in place before we make any decision. But most important of all of this, it's because wolf is a sacred animal of our Ojibwe people, and that's something that we should respect. It's a sacred creature, and I receive calls by my constituents from wolf advocates, the Humane Society, as well as folks in our native community said, Senator Herb, please make sure that we don't open doors for wolf hunt. So I hope that those of you who represent our native community do give some respect to this part as well. Thank you.
Senator Chamberlain.
Thank you, members, Mr. President. Well, I just have a question or two for Senator Ruud. Would she yield, please?
Senator Ruud will yield. Senator Chamberlain.
Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Ruud, so this plan that's in the bill now, it's a similar sort of wildlife management plan we have for all our animals in the state, correct?
Senator Ruud.
Mr. President and Senator Chamberlain, I wouldn't say all animals. Each animal has its own management plan based on the needs of the animal in the state. So it's not a blanket plan. This is a special plan for the management of wolves.
Senator Chamberlain.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ruud, so when I look at the bill as well, it talks about managing that population by working with the Department of Agriculture, the federal government, and evaluating the data on degradation. So it would not be a statewide, wide open, no limits, right? It would be depending on the particular area and the data and the science they see in that particular area in the state, correct?
Senator Rude.
That is correct, Senator Chamberlain.
Okay, thank you, Senator Rude. So members, yeah, I mean, think we all respect life and animals. The DNR, others are not going to just open the doors and give out the tags for these animals without proper data and science. So as much as we are concerned about animals, there's also concern about how those animals interact with not only human beings, but in nature itself. So I think it's what we have in the bill is probably not a bad idea. It's managed, the science and the research continues, and it will be a smart way to deal with this. Thank you.
Any further comments on the A43 amendment? Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just want to call your attention to a letter from the DNR, which specifically says in there that they oppose the language in the bill because they believe it's premature and it will circumvent the important science-based work and the public consensus-based process that they have in place. And Senator Franson alluded to the fact that, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into this in terms of science review, stakeholder groups and people across Minnesota, including tribal nations and other groups that participate in this process, and they're about to release that report. So it is clear that we don't need this legislation right now. I just want to make sure that members review the letter. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Rude.
Mr. President, thank you. I think it's very clear that we need this legislation right now. I think the fallacy is that we are not taking wolves now and that we don't do anything with them. But I will tell you that there is very much a plan. In our hunting cabin, we abut farmland out there, and we had to have federal trappers come out and take 8 wolves. And so there's very much a plan. There's very much evidence. The DNR has been doing this. Federal trappers have been doing this. This is not a new science. This is something we've dealt with in Minnesota for many, many years. And I think we're really ready for this legislation, and it's time that we do good wolf management in the state of Minnesota, and I would ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber and vote. And members in the Capitol 303, come to the chamber and vote. Members in the President's office and Capitol 206, please come to the chamber and vote. Members from Capitol 323, come to the chamber and vote, please. Pursuant to Rule 40, who's ready? Senator Jasinski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Pratt votes no.
And Senator Housley votes no.
Housley votes no. Senator Friends?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
And Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. A correction, Senator Housley votes yes.
Housley changes from no to yes. All senators having voted, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a pretty simple amendment. I've talked to Senator Ingebrigtsen about it. Although not as much as Senator Rude, I've talked to DNR about it. Mr. Myers over there.
Senator
Don't see any
Senjum,
objections.
Senator Senjum, what's the number?
It is the A52 amendment.
And the secretary will report the A52 amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to amend Senate File number 959 as follows. Page 163, after line 21, insert. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, members, this is, again, a fairly simple amendment. Has to do with something that occurs in some of our cities across Minnesota. It's occurring right now in my city. Has to do with how do you control Canadian geese. And Mr. President, members, this would simply put a moratorium for 1 year on the practice of what they call oiling eggs or addling, which means either you crush the egg or you puncture it in some way so it doesn't hatch. The whole idea here, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, rather, is to put a 1 year moratorium on that. It doesn't affect any of the hatch this year, but let's just talk about this a little bit and find out if it's truly the kind of thing we want to do in Minnesota. And so that's the essence of the amendment. I appreciate your support.
Any discussion on the A52 amendment? Senator Rude, do you have anything to say about the A52 amendment?
Mr. President and Senator Senjum, is this for the whole state of Minnesota?
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rude, yes, it would be for the whole state.
Senator Rude.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll accept this as a friendly amendment, but I would really, I think maybe we can work on some language that makes it more Rochester-centric than versus the whole state of Minnesota. Senator Senjum, would you yield?
Senator Rude and Mr. President, I think we could probably work on that in conference committee if we can get it there.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Senjum, with that, I'd accept it as a friendly amendment.
Any further discussion on the A52 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Let's Is Senator Dietzig around? Senator McEwen. Senator McEwen. You can come up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A46 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A46 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend Senate File Number 959 as follows. Page 16 after line 4, insert. This is the A46 amendment.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I forget to ask, I would request a roll call on this vote, please, as well. I've gone on at length in this body talking about the climate crisis, and in fact, in my beloved city of Duluth last week, our Duluth City Council unanimously passed a resolution declaring a climate emergency and taking steps then and making plans to prepare our city for what's to come. And so I am here today offering the A46 amendment, which is a modest appropriation to assist smaller towns and municipalities outstate in Minnesota to plan for the climate crisis. So as we know, a lot of times these smaller municipalities, smaller cities don't have the capacity to make plans for their infrastructure, for changes that they need to make in order to mitigate for the worst of what is to come with the climate crisis. We have heard city engineers, county engineers, the professionals who are dealing with these changes already, sounding the alarm to leadership, to us, to say, please help us. We are going to have to make some plans here and prepare for what's to come. So what this does is it allocates a relatively small amount for climate resiliency preparation. It provides technical assistance and grants for municipalities to do assessments, planning, pre-design in order to prepare to make infrastructure bonding requests. So again, there are so many things that we should have been doing in regard to the climate crisis. We are way, way behind, decades behind, and we have a lot of ground to make up for. This is just a small measure that will assist those smaller municipalities now at this late hour to begin in earnest making those plans to protect the people of their towns and their cities. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Discussion on the A46 amendment. Senator Ruud.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. We had a long discussion on this in committee. I would oppose this amendment. The senator takes the money from the Explore Minnesota Tourism Recovery Program. That's very important for the state of Minnesota to recover from all the tourism that has been going to other states because of our governor's mandates and not opening up the state of Minnesota. That money is very important for the state of Minnesota. And it is also, I will say, important for the city of Duluth, who much of their economy is based on tourism. And so they would likely lose a lot if all this money from their tourism, Explore Minnesota tourism, was taken away. So members, I encourage a red vote on this amendment.
Members, we're on the A46 amendment. A roll call has been requested. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303 in the president's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Pratt votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Housley votes no.
Housley votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on the bill. Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A47 amendment.
Senator Torres-Ray offers the A47 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Torres-Ray moves to amend Senate File Number 959 as follows. Page 6, delete lines 29 to 34. This is the A47 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A47 amendment is an issue that we discussed in committee multiple times, and I believe is very important that we pay attention to. I hope that I'm able to get your support. This amendment defines environmental justice, and it defines that in a very simple way, and I'm going to read it to you because I want you to please do a reflection about the simplicity of this definition and the importance of that definition. In subdivision 10A, it defines environmental justice as a means that communities of color, indigenous communities, and low-income communities have a healthy environment and are treated fairly, when environmental statutes, rules, and policies are developed, adopted, implemented, and enforced. Members, environmental justice is an important part of the struggle to improve and maintain a clean and healthy environment, especially for those who have traditionally lived and worked and played close to sources of pollution. And members, we have had ample opportunities to really review some of the work that MPCA has done, reviewing pollution around areas in rural, suburban, and urban areas where we have significant pollution. And most of these companies, most of these sites, landfill sites or incinerators, are located in areas where predominantly low-income people live. I hope that you are able to review some of this information because it is so important. We have this problem all over the country. Kids, families, people who live near these sources of pollution have health problems, they have asthma. In my own district, we had significant problems with actually my neighboring district between Senator Fateh and myself, where we have, a big incineration plant. We found arsenic in the soil, and there was a significant volume of lead, in the properties, in the houses near there. So much so that we had to pay for the cleaning of that area. And most of the people who live there are immigrants, native communities that were impacted by this pollution. In this amendment, members, not only do we define environmental justice, but we also define what a cumulative impact is. We define what are the environmental justice areas of concern as and we also really put some requirements that I feel that they're not strong enough, but it's a start. Part of, I guess what we tried to do in order to build consensus in the community for this language is that we have in page 3, line 320, some language that I am not very pleased with, but it's a start. It says, to the extent reasonable, feasible, and practical under the circumstances. So it's not an imposition, but it's really to begin to look at what is that we need to do in collaboration with these communities. So for people who feel like this is going too far, that we just, are doing this imposition on permits and denying permits and all of that, this legislation, this amendment does not do that. It's only an attempt to look into this and making sure that we take into account these problems that we face in our state today. And it clearly gives, the agency some control in terms of making sure that is being done in whenever is feasible, reasonable, and practical. So members, I hope that you are able to support this amendment.
Discussion on the A47 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Has a roll call been requested?
Roll call has not been requested.
I would like to request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call will be granted.
And thank you. Just very briefly, members, I would encourage a green vote on this. It is so important to pay attention to the consequences of multiple impacts that affect particular neighborhoods that are not coincidentally low-income neighborhoods and communities of color. And the most striking example, of course, is the Phillips neighborhood. It's a number of neighborhoods, but I didn't mean to say of course. It's one of the most striking examples where if you talk to and meet with the folks who are working to improve their lives and improve their health in the Phillips neighborhood of Minneapolis, they have a very, very compelling presentation where they show all of the various forms of pollution that impact and all the sources, whether those are non-point sources or attributable to specific facilities. And then they start to layer over the public health consequences on this map, where they just keep laying layers and layers of heart disease, of asthma, of pulmonary issues, of cancer, and the list goes on. And if you doubt that there's some sort of a nexus, they also show the adjacent and adjoining communities around, and then the larger metropolitan area. And the level of impact and consequence is stark, embracing, and sobering. And it is our job as policymakers to make sure that we're not doing that we're giving every community and every individual and every family the opportunity to thrive and prosper and not have to endure the consequences of the things that we enjoy as that are part of this economy and part of all the things that make us a prosperous state. And so, Mr. President, I thank Senator Torres-Ray for bringing this amendment, and I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion on the A47 amendment. Senator Ruud.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we had quite a discussion on this in committee, and at this time I would ask for a red vote on this amendment. The MPCA Commissioner already has the ultimate authority on the permitting process in Section 116.07. All the permits must currently undergo a public notice and a public comment period. And the public notice and the comment period are available for input from all of the communities. And so I think this is an unnecessary amendment, and I ask you to vote red.
Members, we're on the A47 amendment. A roll call has been requested. The Secretary will take the roll.
That would be good, Senator.
Members in the retiring room, room 303 in the President's office, please come to chamber to vote. Retiring room 303 in President's office.
What should I do?
I don't know what you should do. Go ahead.
Members in 323 and 206, please come to chamber to vote. 323 and 206.
No problem. No. Glad to have it used.
Yes.
Hurry it up.
I'm trying it. I'm not arguing with anybody, right?
I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Pratt votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Housley votes no.
Housley votes no. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, one thing we do know about Minnesota is that we have amazing and beautiful lakes, rivers, streams, wetlands, and we also know how much Minnesotans prize the water in Minnesota. It's arguably why the Legacy Amendment a number of years ago passed by such overwhelming numbers, because a central feature of that, of course, was raising new dollars to protect our waters. But I think, Mr. President, if Minnesotans knew how many provisions in this bill actually undermine our tradition and heritage of protecting and preserving our waters and waterways, I think they would be extremely disappointed. In fact, this bill is kind of an omnibus attack on water quality, on water preservation, on public health, and the like. There's so many provisions in this bill that do that it's a little bit dizzying and overwhelming. So, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A51 amendment.
Senator Dibble offers the A51 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File Number 959 as follows, page 46, delete. This is the A51 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call on the A51 amendment.
Roll call will be granted. Discussion on the A51 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm just going to touch in a very high level. It's obviously a long amendment and it deletes a number of provisions in the bill. But in the bill are a number of provisions that make a very, very cumbersome approval process for various fees that are charged in order for the Pollution Control Agency to do its very, very important work of protecting our waters, makes that process quite cumbersome. Many of these fees, most of them actually haven't even been raised in 28 years. There is a provision that hampers the DNR's ability to protect what is known as calcareous fens, which are wetlands that are extremely fragile, very rare, highly prized, and it allows water to be drawn from them, thus destroying them. It creates an assumption that groundwater management plans have a negative effect on land values, ignoring the fact that if you drain all the water off the land, that has quite a negative effect on land values. Prohibits new conditions when water permits are transferred, actually has what I think is a fairly anti-democratic gag rule, which disallows members of the community to know anything about the deliberations and proceedings around groundwater management plans. And likewise, it has another anti-democratic provision which doesn't allow citizens to exercise their rights to request environmental review of certain environmental proposals. Creates arbitrary definitions of what is a sustainable use of groundwater, what sustainable levels of water are, creates arbitrary deadlines and ability to contest high water levels, gives industrial polluters a 16-year pass on having to comply with pollution regulations in some cases, and weakens our feedlot, our protections from pollution from feedlots. And we had an amendment that we heard about before confined to a certain industry, but is a proposal that basically actually allows an increase of industrial discharge into nearby streams. So basically treating our rivers and streams as free and open sewers. So, Mr. President, I don't even delete all the measures that are in the bill in this amendment proposal that do serious damage to public health, the public's right to know, to our water quality, to our water sustainability and conservation. But I would encourage a green vote because this amendment goes a long ways towards making the bill a lot better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A51 amendment. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wholeheartedly agree with the entire contents of this amendment and appreciate Senator Dibble bringing it forward. I want to speak specifically to one section of this bill which I find especially concerning. As an engineer, as a human in Minnesota, I can't speak more vehemently for us to protect our water. The vast majority of Minnesotans get their drinking water from groundwater, the vast majority. And this bill, specifically Section 120, poses a huge threat in that it eliminates the MPCA's ability to oversee feedlots. It is a well-known documented fact that over 50% of Minnesota's waters, specifically our lakes, streams, and rivers, are polluted. They do not have the water quality that the MPCA has deemed appropriate for fish to live or adequate for fish to live in. We've also seen in the last 30 years the number of feedlots in Minnesota tripled. Feedlots, if you don't know, are enormous agricultural areas that are often overwhelmed with manure. One of the provisions that is taken out of this bill is the provision wherein the MPCA can forbid the spreading of manure during the winter months. That's very concerning to me. The impermeability of the soil during the winter months is, let's see, is high because that means it's frozen. That means any manure spread during winter months has a high propensity for runoff, just like it would be almost like putting it on a pavement. And obviously, we can all know what happens when we see manure on pavement. That is not a good situation. The increase in this runoff from feedlots will significantly increase the nitrates that we see in both our soils and our water. Nitrates, I'm so surprised that this is even in the bill, that we would want to remove protection for nitrates. Nitrates cause colon cancer, all kinds of cancer. They are well proven to create or cause birth defects in babies. Blue-green algae is something that we read about dogs drinking, getting sick, and dying from. I cannot speak highly or more vigorously against specifically Section 120. There's a whole list in this amendment that also speaks volumes as to what this bill does to our water quality. In Minnesota, we are very proud of our water. Mark my words, in 10 years, clean water will become more valuable than oil. And if we don't do our job to protect our groundwater today, we're going to be sorry. So I very much implore you to vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion on the A51 amendment. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Dibble yield?
Senator Dibble will yield. Senator Weber.
It's my understanding, based on the amendment as I read it, that the entire Section 120 is being eliminated. Is that correct?
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, that is correct, Senator Weber.
Senator Weber.
Well, as I see this, it looks then, along with it goes the county's abilities to regulate feedlots. Along with it goes the MPCA's ability to issue permits, livestock permits. Is that what this amendment is intending? I would ask Senator Dibble to yield.
Senator Dibble will yield. Senator Weber, or Senator Dibble, did you catch the question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber, by deleting 120, only the new language that's proposed in the bill would be deleted. It's not to repeal these provisions in statute. So the statute will remain as current law.
Senator Weber.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As it relates to the manure handling rules, I just want to mention that when this bill was first heard in the Ag Committee, there was the DFL lead asked if I would be willing to work on language with the MPCA, and I said I would. 10 days later, when the bill was heard in Environment and Natural Resources, I made the statement that evidently there was no desire to work on language because I had not been contacted. That, of course, did prompt a contact the next day. And as we went over a number of these things, the representatives of the MPCA said, well, they had worked extensively with the livestock industry. Well, the reality of it is they had not. They'd put out their proposed rules, and everyone was able to offer their comments, and they made some modest adjustments. But as they talked about the provision within this bill that I had in my original bill that would allow the application of manure, solid manure, in March, they got to talking about the snow cover, et cetera. So we went into a discussion. And I said, so what happens when in February, if we have a substantial snow cover and they cannot haul manure at that time, which is an allowable month, and then you get into March, and snow levels may go down, they may go up, but if they can't haul then all of a sudden we're looking at possibly April. Well, now, as we're getting into April, we're getting to get close to planting time. Now we have wet ground conditions, so they're out there having to haul their manure with wet ground conditions, compacting the soil, and actually decreasing the ability of that soil to absorb moisture. Now, I had to go through that a number of times in order to get them to understand. And they said to me, well, we need to talk about that. That's the last I heard about it. I encouraged them to visit with Minnesota Milk and the Minnesota Cattlemen's Association. They never contacted them. And so, what it really points to is I will go back to a comment I made when the MPC originally contacted me about my bill. At that time, I said to them, these rules that you've put in place for the issuance of your general livestock permit basically prove that the agency doesn't know manure about manure. And I stand by that comment today, because what they're proposing here is really not going to make a substantial difference. It's really not going to help. And you see, the farming community doesn't operate by a particular day on the calendar. It operates by weather conditions. It operates by when the weather allows you to do that which you have to do, you go out and do it. Now, yes, this particular provision applies only to large producers with 1,000 animal units or more. Now, there are some of the smaller operators that think that's okay. But to the small operators in this state, I would say, watch out. They're coming for you next. And so I encourage a red vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the A51 amendment, Senator Ruud.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this lengthy amendment simply guts the 2020 work done by the Environment Finance Committee with absolutely no offers of solutions. So I ask for a red vote.
Members were on the A51 amendment. A roll call was requested. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303 in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Ekin votes nay.
Ekin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Frentz. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes no.
Pratt votes no. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Housley votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 28 ayes and 38 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 959 as amended. Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think if we've learned anything in the last year through all the social upheaval and civil strife, and our relationships among many of us are at a breaking point, we've learned that the great outdoors is a place for us all to come together. And Senate File 959 reduces by $1.5 million the appropriation to metro parks over the biennia. And, you know, for many of us in greater Minnesota, we simply walk out our front door and we're on a lake, or there's woods in front of us, or across the street, or just a short bike ride away. But for many of us in the metro area, we have to get to the park, so to speak, to appreciate those great outdoors. So I think Senate File 959, I have two issues I'd like to bring up. One is the enormous public demand for our parks has been brought to our attention as of late in the last year. Now's not the time to make cuts to our parks. Second, the raid of the state general funds clearly violates state law by supplanting dedicated natural resources to from the general fund that clearly was meant to be supplemented. As to the first reason, it is clear, I've already talked about it. We are at a breaking point. Our parks are being loved to death. We've had a 30% increase in the metro parks. 20 million, we've had 10 years of growth in just the last year. It's hard to get a parking spot. Our trails, you almost have to stand aside because families are getting outside. They're starting to realize the physical health can lead to our mental health. Metro regional parks are the state parks for 3 million Minnesotans. 80 million visitors last year in 2020 visited our metro parks. 10 million visited our state parks. Minneapolis and St. Paul closed down the parkways to command the presence of visitors. That's a nice problem to have, that so many of us are loving to death the outdoors. Healthy bodies lead to healthy minds. The second thing I'd like to talk about is in the bill, the legislature took an important step in 2000 to protect our natural resources by funding a dedicated fund, for establishing a dedicated fund from the tax in lieu of sales tax to the heritage enhancement account to supplement, not supplant. And authorizing the dedication of funds derived from the purchase of lottery tickets in 2000, the legislature in section 297A 9.94 paragraph J says, it may not be used as a substitute for traditional sources of funding for the purposes specified, but the dedicated revenue shall supplement traditional sources of funding. Those purposes. In essence, Senate File 959 reduces the existing general fund for our metro parks. It is certainly not a wise policy to deny $1.5 million in additional funding to the metro parks, and for that reason, Mr. President, I introduced the A53 amendment.
Senator Swazinski offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 959 as follows, page 34, line 26, delete. This is the A53 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Swazinski.
The A53 amendment, as I just kind of ranted on about, returns the $1.5 million to where it belongs, and it doesn't take from the general fund.
Discussion on the A53 amendment. Senator Ruud.
Mr. President, I have not had the opportunity to really digest this amendment, but I'm going to say at this time I oppose it and vote red.
Further discussion on the A53 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, has a roll call been requested?
A roll call has not been requested.
I would like to request a roll call vote.
Senator Dibble requests a roll call. Roll call will be granted. Any further discussion on the A53 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary, Senator Ruud.
Mr. President, my understanding that this amendment is out of order under Rule 7.4 because it increases the general fund appropriation by $1.5 million.
Senator Ruud, are you raising a point of order?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Ruud is raising a point of order under Rule 7.4 that states an amendment to an omnibus appropriation or tax bill that is a Senate file or an unofficial engrossment of a House file is out of order if it will, and number 1 says increase net appropriations from a fund from a fiscal biennium without a corresponding increase in net revenue compared to the bill as it was reported to the floor of the Senate. Any advice? I rule that the point of order is well taken and the amendment is out of order. Any further comments on Senate File 959 as amended? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would rise to offer amendment to the A54 amendment, please.
Senator McEwen offers the A54 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend Senate File number 959 as follows. Page 106, delete Section 118. This is the A54 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment takes a small step of getting rid of some of the bad stuff. So I think it's just absolutely hilarious, actually. If you look at this bill, there's a section, a beautiful section. It's on page 106, section 118. And that section really sets out the purpose and the thinking behind what we would like our Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to be doing in regard to emissions from vehicles and whatnot. And what the bill currently does is have the word "not" strategically placed, undoing all of that good language with the word "not." So this amendment would just delete that section, take it out entirely. And the reason for that is we have a Minnesota Pollution Control Agency for a reason, for very important reasons, as we all know. And what these sections do is tie the hands, is handicap our pollution control agency just at the moment in history where we truly are going to need them the most. We know that transportation is now the #1 cause of greenhouse gases that have led to climate change. We are in a climate crisis. The MPCA is trying right now to institute rulemaking and to go through and move forward with clean cars, something that we should have done decades ago. This is a very, very modest proposal that the MPC has to move forward with green cars, clean cars, to move us forward into the future and to support choice for consumers. Right now, if you want to buy a car that is a low emissions vehicle or an electric vehicle, you can have a lot of trouble finding those cars in Minnesota. So what this does is increase choice for consumers. It works within the system that we have to move us along. It's just so modest. So these attacks need to stop. And what my amendment does is just take out these attacks. Stop hamstringing our agencies. Again, we only have now 8 years, according to thousands of scientists who are clamoring for leadership in government and business, to act now. The clock is ticking down. So this amendment will take out some of those really poor choices, those really short-sighted choices that actually turn the clock back. Mr. President, we're not living in the 1980s or 90s anymore, however much some of the members in this chamber may want it to still be the 1980s or 90s. We live in 2021. So I ask for your support on this amendment. Let's get rid of this bad stuff and let's let our government agencies do their jobs.
Discussion on the A54 amendment. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for considering this amendment. This is a beautiful section in the bill. I do agree with that. That's why I'm asking for a no vote on the A54 amendment, because this is a constitutional provision that the legislature, the members of this body, are the ones that should be setting the standards that Minnesotans live under. And if the Pollution Control Agency, the commissioner, or any of the staff feel that urgent that they need to go around the legislature and do it by rulemaking, they're welcome to step down from the agency, run for the legislature, and have an opportunity to set policies here in the legislative branch. But this is a provision where these standards, these rulemaking standards, should be made by the legislature, not through the rulemaking authority. And we've debated this multiple times over several years, and we'll continue to do so because when you read the statute of what the law says, the Pollution Control Agency has the authority to regulate the emission levels. But what the California CARS rulemaking is seeking to do is go to regulate the types of vehicles that can be available for sale here in Minnesota. And there's been clear and overwhelming evidence about how this would impact families all over the state with and those that work in businesses and those that work in these car businesses that would be put under these mandates for an industry that's already growing on its own. And the reason why that there is some difficulty right now in buying electric vehicles is simple economics, the law of supply and demand. But there is good news for all of you members here today that the supply is rising because the demand is rising. And every car business that I have spoken to has said, just give this time, as we know this is already happening on its own natural progression. So I'd urge you members to stand with the Constitution, to stand with the co-equal three branches of government principle that we've all sworn to, vote no on this amendment, allow the free market to work, allow the supply and demand to keep working for electric vehicles in this state, and I'd urge members to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A54 amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for those comments. Well, the one thing that we don't have is time. We don't have time to wait for the free market, so-called, to catch up and to provide us with clean cars. We don't have any time. We don't have any time anymore. And in fact, the rulemaking, as I understand it, from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency wouldn't actually go into effect until a couple of years from now. It's not as fast as I'd like it to be. It's actually a compromise position. And I think that we are going to need a lot stronger provisions than that down the road. But if we're not even willing to just do this small piece, and I would correct the record, because there has been a lot of disinformation perpetrated throughout the state about what the clean cars rules would do and what they wouldn't do. We had a small number of people testify in committee that obviously had been given incorrect information about what the clean car rules were. So let me just say, excuse me, let me just say that the clean cars rules do not dictate what kind of car someone has to buy. What they do is they say, we're going to make sure that in Minnesota, people will have a choice about what kind of car they want to buy going forward. The free market has not delivered in this area in Minnesota. You have Minnesotans going to car dealerships, asking about cars and being told, we just don't even have those in Minnesota. It's going to be a few years before we see those in Minnesota. Sorry. And then they end up buying a different car. And then the numbers show that Minnesotans are just still buying the same cars that they've been buying. That's how the free market treats all of that. So let's go ahead and empower the government agencies that we have charged with making these types of rules and implementing them. Let's not insert a single word, not, to totally reverse the purpose of previous legislatures that wanted to charge this agency with protecting Minnesotans and with moving us forward. Now is the time when we need these agencies to be doing their jobs vigorously. Now is not the time to be tying their hands behind their back. So please, I implore you, again, for future generations of Minnesotans, please allow the MPCA to do its job. Let's not have these types of provisions in the bill that will handicap our agencies at this critical time. And I ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Weber, followed by Senator Kiffmeyer. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. It would be one thing if the proposed rules would actually do something about the environment. But according to the press release that came out by the Walz administration, the California car regulations would reduce CO2 emissions by 2 million tons per year. Now, to the average person, that sounds like a lot. But actually, according in 2016, that would have only been 1.3% of the total state emissions. And the scientists that have calculated that out indicate that the reduction of future global temperature would be 0.0000052, too small to measure. But the cost of that, well, let's talk about Colorado, who has adopted the California rules. Their estimation that it's costing their consumers $2 billion a year, with increases in all vehicle costs from $1,200 to $2,800, not just the electric vehicles, but all vehicles. Now, for our border communities, our border dealerships, you know, you can talk about, well, people have the right to buy whatever they want to buy. But they're going to have these increased costs on their invoice. And why do they have the increased costs? Because the electric vehicles are that much more expensive to make. And so as a result, and since there hasn't been a sufficient demand for them, the manufacturers are making up the difference by charging and raising the prices of all vehicles. Now, when you have a border community where the dealerships have 30 to 50% of their business come from across the state line, you are automatically placing them at a competitive disadvantage because their sticker price is automatically going to be higher. We hear a lot of things about social justice, even as it relates to the environment. But what happens here is that when you raise the price of new cars, the price of used cars will rise up as well. And if someone at a lower income status needs a vehicle to get to work and they have to buy a different vehicle, we're going to force them to spend more. And if they have to spend more, they may have to buy an older vehicle, which will be less efficient than what they could drive. Mr. President, I'm sorry, but this idea that we have to charge everyone more money in order to drive the type of vehicle we want to drive is the epitome of social injustice and privilege and elitism. And quite frankly, we should be ashamed of ourselves for trying to force that on the rest of society. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, we have Senator Kiffmeyer, followed by Senator Frentz. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. Without question, you hear here that, oh, we're not going to mandate the people have to buy these cars. Well, if the choice is limited and the prices go up, that's going to affect the choices for Minnesotans. I mean, this is just logic. This is just common sense. So let's get real about when you say, like, we're not going to mandate this. The other thing is when you've narrowed the choices, what kind of choice do you really have? And by the way, Minnesotans are doing quite well already. They are making those choices as the market continues to develop better battery storage and the prices start coming down. And so this is already moving this direction. There's absolutely no need to do this kind of mandate, especially regarding what Senator Weber said about the actual effect in the economy of the greenhouse gases. So let's be sure we realize when choices are so restricted and so limited, it is really no choice anymore at all. Minnesotans don't want to go there. We have farmers, tractors, truck drivers. Minnesota's a big state. We're not California. And so we need to be able to have Minnesota way of doing business, not California. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A54 amendment. Senator Frentz, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the McEwen amendment, and members, I'll tell you why. Because we have to do our share. We've heard some talk this last couple weeks in this chamber about clean energy and about climate change, and I've heard members on both sides of the aisle say that we're going to decarbonize and do our share. We're not doing it, and this amendment strikes at the heart of why. One of our members talked about the free market heading the right direction. That's not working. Tailpipe emissions in Minnesota increased from 2018 to 2020. We are not only not reducing them in accordance with our 2007 bipartisan goals, they're actually increasing. The free market allows for those Minnesotans who want to continue to pollute and put carbon emissions into the air to do so. And while some of them are doing their best to reduce carbon, some of them are just taking the route of increasing carbon emissions. So the free market is not fixing it. Second, I thought I heard the word mandate. Well, we have an ethanol standard in this state for which we support our farmers, which I'm very happy to see, and we reduce emissions. We mandate corn be blended into gasoline. We do that because we think that's better for the air. This amendment does the exact same thing, which says we will set a standard for which we will improve the air. And finally, to the cost, because at the end of the day, we all like to talk about the cost. Electric vehicles save the consumer money over the life cycle of the vehicle. How do you know? None of the states that have gone with these emission rules, not California, not Colorado, none of them have walked it back in the face of cost. And the reason is because once the EV infrastructure is there over the life of the vehicle, it's cheaper, in particular to operate it and to repair it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Dibble, followed by Senator Jasinski. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Has a roll call been requested on the A54?
Roll call has not been requested.
I would like to request a roll call on the A54.
Senator Dibble requests a roll call. Roll call will be granted. Senator Jasinski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Just want to respond to a comment. I checked in with my auto dealer about 5 minutes ago and asked him what the demand was in his dealership in southern Minnesota. And last year, he sold four new cars out of 1,000. And he is not getting his door beat down. There's not getting a big demand for electric vehicles. 4 vehicles out of 1,000 new vehicles. So he did agree that the electric is coming. People are coming that way. It's coming slowly. People are coming that way. But to put a requirement on the number of vehicles that are sold, manufactured, and then those manufacturers are going to have a dealership agreement, a franchise agreement. They're going to tell dealers how many vehicles they need to sell. They're going to sit on the lots. There's not a demand. If there's 4 out of 1,000 that were sold at our dealership, there's not going to be a demand. So those vehicles are going to have to be discounted at the end of the year. Our dealers are going to have to maintain and hold the holding cost, or what's called the floor plan. They're going to have to finance those cars that are sitting on their dealership's lot, and it just does not require a mandate. The auto industry is shifting to electrics. There's no doubt about that. You see it more and more, but to put a mandate on our local dealerships just makes no sense. Thank you, Mr. President.
Final discussion on the A54 amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just ask for my colleagues' careful consideration and support for this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Rude.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, after some of the comments here tonight, I think maybe I should have taken my Social Security earlier. I heard say that there was a lot of incorrect information, a lot of misinformation, and I'll have to agree to that. Because when we asked in the Policy Committee, in the Finance Committee, we asked our MPCA Commissioner to have hearings and to get the information out on this issue to Greater Minnesota. We asked time and time and time again. And she did commit to do it, but it's never been done. And so there's a lot of misinformation out there. We asked the commissioner and the governor to be partners in this issue. We asked to have good hearings, to have good input, and over and over and over again, we were shut out of this conversation. And so I ask for a red vote on this because our MPACA commissioner and the governor has not involved the citizens in Minnesota in this conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members were on the A54 amendment. A roll call was requested. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303 in the president's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. Call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmick votes no.
Osmick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rosen votes no.
Rosen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Housley votes no.
Housley votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes no. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes no.
Pratt votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 37 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 959 as amended. Senator Bigham.
Thank you, President Miller and members. Well, I'm trying something a little different tonight. I'm going to offer my amendment on this side of the Senate floor. Maybe that'll give me some luck. This is an important amendment, important topic, and it is actually something that I've worked with Chair Rood on for my whole time here, because this isn't just a East Metro thing, it's a statewide thing, and I'm talking about PFAS. We've become very aware of the emerging contaminant called PFAS. And this is a chemical that is very prominent in the East Metro that was disposed of by a Minnesota company, and we are trying to clean it up. But here's what we're finding, members, and this is where it gets important, is that there are gaps in our current law that the MPCA has the ability to understand what chemicals are being used in what processes and products. And the first thing we ought to be able to do is identify what products have PFAS in them so that we can work with these companies to stop them from entering into the system. And, you know, the MPCA has really done a good job and been proactive, especially this year, with their blueprint plan that I was happy to be part of the launch for. This is one part of it, but we really need to start addressing the human health and environmental impacts that PFAS has on our state as a whole. This is not just a metro thing, this is a statewide thing. So I'm hoping that the amendment I'm going to offer, that I'm not going to ask for a roll call on, the A59 amendment, I would like to offer.
Senator Bingham, did you say A59?
That is the amendment I have,
Okay.
the A59.
Senator Bingham offers the A59 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Bingham moves to amend Senate File 959 as follows. Page 115, after line 11, insert Section 122. This is Amendment A59.
To the amendment, Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment gives the MPCA the authority to require information, the submittal of information, on the use of PFAS and other contaminants in products and processes when environmental and human health monitoring shows an unexplained presence and persistence of the chemical or contaminant. So it allows the MPCA to identify sources of PFAS. It also helps prevent water, land, and air pollution and potential public health impacts. And more importantly, it gains us information and efficiencies in this to reduce the contaminants of PFAS across the state. I want to make two notes. There is no fiscal impact of this, and any information that would be gathered would be protected as non-public data under the Data Practices Act, Mr. President. And I would stand for any questions, but I would most appreciate the members' support. A loud aye.
Discussion on the A59 amendment. Senator Rood.
Mr. President and Senator Bingham, thank you for bringing this forward, but I think this is way too big an amendment to do on the floor here without any conversation or hearing, so I ask you to vote red.
Further discussion on the A59 amendment. Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's unfortunate, Chair Rood, because we've had conversations for decades, actually, on PFAS, and we are now just starting to get our hands on it and this around it, and be able to learn more about how this is getting into our system so that we can eliminate it for health causes, for cleanup purposes. And so I do know that this also in the other body is moving. I think this is something actually very good, that a very good topic the conference committee could also talk about. So I would encourage members to vote aye really loud, and make sure that Chair Rood gets this into conference. And you know, I think I used the word scalable in tax committee, so maybe this is a scalable amendment that she'd be more palatable with in conference. But I encourage a loud aye vote.
Discussion on the A59 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. We will take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Members in the chamber who support the A59 amendment, please stand at your desk. If you've not been counted elsewhere, please stand at your desk. All right, you may be seated. If you're no vote on the A59 amendment, please stand at your desk. I will call on Senator Jasinski to report just the total number of aye and no votes for those voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 9 no votes and 0 yes votes.
Senator Jasinski reports 0 ayes and 9 nays. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report 12 aye votes and 0 nay votes.
Senator Frentz reports 12 ayes and 0 nays. The amendment does not receive a sufficient number of aye votes. Therefore, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 959 as amended. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I have the amendment A39.
Senator Herr offers the A39 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Herr moves to amend Senate File 959 as follows. Page 78 after line 13, insert section 80. This is amendment A39.
To the amendment, Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 839 is a Bowser request regarding easement stewardship mitigation account to expand the allowable uses to long-term conservation easement and wetland mitigation management. The language would allow Bowser to request an MMB to authorize the use of the account upon circumstances that may arise with immediate needs which could incur greater costs down the road. So fix them early is a good option. Mr. President and members, areas of long-term conservation, easement, and wetland management are mostly in our rural counties and further north from here. There may be less wetland and easement mitigation here in the metro, but better conservation and preservation of our water quality do benefit all of us, especially here in the metro where we get our drinking water from the Great Mississippi River. I'd like members to support this amendment because I thought we had a good hearing in our Environmental Policy Committee with bipartisan support, and I was surprised that the language is not in the Omnibus bill, and perhaps Senator Root can explain it, and like to get everyone's support for this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion on the A39 amendment. Senator Root.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Herr. We did have a good discussion on this, but the language in the bill is problematic. It gives Bowser carte blanche to spend the money wherever they choose, and so I think the language needs to be worked on. And I do believe that this bill has been included in the other body, and Senator Herr, you and I have been pretty good partners in the Environment Committee this year, and we worked on the Turtle Bill, I think, with Bill Bertle and a few others. And so, Senator Herr, I would like to work on this language with you. I don't choose to accept the amendment at this time, but as on other issues, I've committed you to work with this, and I would be happy to do so.
Further discussion, Senator Herr.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Root, for your answer. Well, I'm looking forward to working with you as we go to conference, and hopefully something will be worked out then. And so I'd like to withdraw this amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Herr withdraws the A39 amendment. We are back on Senate File 959. Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A38 amendment.
Senator Tomassoni offers the A38 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Tomassoni moves to amend Senate File 959 as follows. Page 20, line 2. This is Amendment A38.
To the A38 amendment, Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A38 amendment creates a Wild Rice Stewardship Council. It's something that we've been trying to do for a while. It's not new to this body. It actually passed this body in 2019. And the reason it passed was because the Wild Rice Stewardship Council came from Governor Dayton's Wild Rice Task Force that he created by executive order in 2018. And let me read from their report on January 3rd of 2019. The central recommendation of the Wild Rice task force is to establish an interdisciplinary, collaborative, and inclusive steering structure charged with developing recommendations for policies and practices that will enable wild rice to thrive in Minnesota. To guarantee that sufficient attention and resources are dedicated to wild rice, the task force recommends creating and funding a wild rice stewardship council. And the members of the task force sent a letter to Governor Dayton that included this statement. The members of the task force are also committed to working with the Minnesota legislature to support legislative actions that would create funding and authority to implement the key recommendations of the final report. Members, many of you know we've been dealing with wild rice for a long time, and this is an attempt to get it right. There's legislation in statute that deals with wild rice. There are rules that deal with wild rice. There have been attempts to change the rules. They've been shot down by administrative law judges. The best way to do this, members, is to get a comprehensive task force together like this, the Stewardship Council. The governor would appoint members who represent a wide range of interests and perspectives that include representatives of state government, tribal government, wild rice resource users, national pollutant discharge elimination system permittees, non-governmental organizations, research scientists, wild rice managers with expertise in wild rice, biology, ecology, and management, and impacted local governments and communities. And members, it's just time we do this so that we can get a report to the back to the legislature, and once and for all, we can get this right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion on the A38 amendments. Senator Rude.
Mr. Chair, I believe Senator Tomassoni and the chair of the committee have had a lengthy conversation on this, and he would accept this as a friendly amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Tomassoni could yield.
Senator Tomassoni will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni, this looks like it might be a good idea. Don't know. First time seeing of it. I mean, I've certainly been around these wild rice issues for many years. But on this particular proposal, I honestly don't know if this was a bill that was introduced. Was this a bill that was introduced, and was it heard in committee?
Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, this was not heard in committee. It was introduced by Senator Eichhorn, who would be doing this today. However, you have seen this before because it was in Senator Ingebrigtsen's bill in 2019. And the reason for introducing it today is because there were some actions that happened regarding potential wild rice waters, and as you know, Senator Dibble, agreeing on what the appropriate measure is for wild rice has become a constant thing that people can't seem to agree on, regardless of who does the science or what does the science. And so what we're trying to do is just get a whole bunch of people together who are all invested in this and who know about it, and actually come up with a good recommendation so that we can come up with a recommendation to the MPCA for rulemaking that will not only make wild rice thrive, but will allow our businesses and our industries to thrive also.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni would yield.
Senator Tomassoni will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni, this creates a council, which I would say typically trigger some sort of a cost to state government. Was there a fiscal note produced on this?
Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, there's no cost to this amendment as it's part of the heritage account.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see the composition of council members who the governor must appoint, representing a wide range of interests. with a number of different sectors and stakeholders named. Are there any prohibitions on folks who are paid lobbyists and the like? Typically, those kinds of folks we wouldn't want to have on these sorts of councils.
Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, the governor has the ability to appoint whomever he wants to based on the recommendation of this bill, and so I would say that he probably wouldn't appoint lobbyists, but I don't know, there might be an expert on wild rice who is a lobbyist and might be a good person to be there.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could go back to the fiscal note or the cost. If Senator Tomassoni, could you just help me understand why this would create no cost? Obviously, there's going to be a number of undertakings, research, all sorts of expenses. How are the activities of this council being paid for?
Senator Tomassoni will yield to a question. Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you,
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, okay, so there, I said the amendment is, maybe I didn't say it right, the amendment is cost neutral. There's the ability to take up to $100,000 each year out of the Heritage account in order to fund any expenses of it. But as far as the amendment goes, it doesn't affect the bill.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Further discussion on the A38 amendment, Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I trying to review, the complexity of these amendments, Senator Tomassoni. There's just a lot here. I wish I had seen this before. And so, on the surface, obviously, I disagree with you, Senator Tomassoni. There will be funding required to do this work. This is a lot of work. Work in consultation with other agencies, provide research, information. I mean, it's a lot of work, and I don't know how you do that without an appropriation. So I don't believe that's the case, but I believe that this particular amendment is not germane to the bill, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to ask Senator Tomassoni, within what chapter of the bill does that fit? I just don't see it.
Senator Tomassoni will yield to a question. Senator Tomassoni.
Did I get asked a question?
I'm just trying.
Senator Torres Ray, please repeat your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I'm just trying to see where the amendment fits into the bill, because this is really not, there's no wild rice provisions in the bill at all. So I would like to ask for you to clarify what part, what section and subdivision within the bill it fits in.
Senator Tomassoni.
Well, Mr. President, Senator Torres Ray, to your first comment about money, as I explained to Senator Dibble, there is a reference to up to $100,000 maybe used each year, and it makes the bill. It doesn't do anything to the underlying bill because it's money that's already in the bill and it's being able to use from another account. And this is obviously an environment bill and related to the environment and related to wild rice. And so, Mr. President, it's obviously germane to the bill.
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask Senator Rood to confirm that, if she could articulate for us, if she could explain. I don't think that there are any wild rice provisions in the bill at all, so I would like to ask for a confirmation from the chair.
Senator Rood will yield. Senator Rood.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Torres Ray. Section 130 Article 2 deals with wild rice leases, so it's pertinent to the bill. And also in the title of the bill, it talks about modifying water law. And so both those provisions make this very germane to the bill.
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wish Senator Tomassoni would have brought this to our attention, and for the members, there was just really no discussion on this issue. I do believe that there's going to be an appropriation. I'd like to review this language a little bit farther, but there's a lot in here that is new policy. There will be a need for funding in here, so it's just inconsistent with what the majority has said in terms of funding for amendments. So I think the chair has clarified that it isn't, but I would like to differ on that conclusion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A38 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, Senator Tomassoni, there actually is a fiscal note on this bill. And the fiscal note says that it will cost $1 million in the next biennium and almost $1 million in the subsequent biennium, $972,000. And I see that you provide for $100,000 or $200,000 out of, I think you said, the Outdoor Heritage Fund. So that clearly is inadequate. And so I think the bill is out of order just on the basis of the fact that it's going to create $1 million expense to the general fund. But in truth, even the amendment as drafted, I think, is out of order. Mr. President, I would like you to make a determination under Rule 7.4, paragraph 1, in which an amendment to an omnibus appropriation or tax bill that is a Senate file is out of order if it will increase net appropriations from a fund for a fiscal biennium without a corresponding increase in net revenue compared to the bill as it was reported to the floor of the Senate.
Senator Dibble raises a point of order under Rule 7.4, Subdivision 1, advice to the President.
Mr. President.
Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, the fiscal note that Senator Dibble is referring to the bill as it was introduced. And the costs that were in the bill as introduced are not in this amendment. So, Mr. President, this is not out of order. It does not change the amount of money that's in the bill.
Further advice, Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. The appropriation is not in the bill, but the entire language is in there. So the cost of doing this work has already been assessed through a fiscal note. So that's the cost of it, because that was presented earlier. And so it doesn't say, but there will be a fiscal note when you go negotiate this bill. So if you want to do that, it's $1 million because it has already been assessed. It has the fiscal impact of this specific bill, this language that is in front of you, has already been done. And it is what it is. It's just not listed. So I don't know how do we implement this type of policy if you don't have the money to do it.
Further advice, Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, the $1 million that is being referred to is for research. The research component is not in this bill, and therefore, members, it's what we could deal with later on if the task force is ever formed. However, it's not in this bill, and the money comes from the Heritage Enhancement account. And that's the $100,000 that's in the bill.
I find the point of order not well taken. Senator Dibble.
Well, Mr. President, I typically wouldn't challenge the ruling of the president on these fiscal matters, but I think you are. I think the ruling of the president is absolutely incorrect. It's clear that Rule 7.4, Subdivision 1 does apply, and so I would appeal the ruling of the president and request a roll call.
Senator Dibble has appealed the ruling of the president and requested a roll call. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate? A yes vote will be to uphold the decision of the president, and a no vote will go against the decision of the president. The secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, 303, and the president's office, please come to the chamber and vote. Members in 206 and 323, please come to the chamber and vote. I'll call on Senator Frentz to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes nay.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes nay.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes nay.
Clausen votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes nay.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Fateh votes nay.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes nay.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes nay.
Kunish votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes nay.
Latz votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes nay.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes nay.
Port votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Pappas votes nay.
Pappas votes no. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Wickland votes nay.
Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Pratt votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 30 nays, the decision of the President is upheld. Further discussion on the A38 amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of things. One is I would like to request a roll call.
Senator Dibble requests a roll call on the A38 amendment. A roll call is granted. Senator Dibble.
And if Senator Tomassoni would yield for a question.
Senator Tomassoni will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni, I know you're bringing this on behalf of Senator Eichhorn, but do you know, did you or Senator Eichhorn consult with tribal leadership before putting this proposal forward or this amendment?
Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President and Senator Dibble, you have a letter on your desk that was signed by all the people who were on the Governor Dayton's Wild Rice Task Force who approved of doing this. And among them are Leah Charles of the Prairie Island Indian Community, Catherine Hoffman of the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy, Brad Moore, John Revovich of the Steelworkers, Catherine Nuschler from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, Al Pemberton from the Red Lake Department of Natural Resources, Amy Pierce from the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Carol Resch from the University of Minnesota Duluth Independent Scientists. So there's a wide range of Kurt Anderson from Minnesota Power, Chris Bartovich from U.S. Steel, Gary Oates from a non-native wild rice harvester. So you have a wide coalition of people who have already supported this.
Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, that was a 2018 letter. This is 2021, but I appreciate seeing this great historical document. And I'll just make one final point. I know that Senator Tomassoni or Senator Eichhorn disputes the $1 million fiscal note, which we didn't know about until our staff did unearth it in the middle of this debate after being told there was no fiscal note, and then received the explanation that the proposal had changed and that now it's only going to cost $100,000. We just compared the language of the bill as introduced to the amendment as being presented, and it's the exact same language. So again, Mr. President, your erroneous ruling notwithstanding, it does create a $1 million impact to this legislation, and we know it has a $100,000 impact already written in. That's not even accounted for. Members, I would encourage a no vote.
Further discussion on the A38 amendment. Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, wild rice has been the subject of long, hard debates for many, many years, and the only thing that this Stewardship Council is trying to do is to save wild rice and at the same time save industry that could possibly be affecting wild rice. We know for sure, members, that wild rice grows well in some seasons it doesn't. We know that wild rice grows well when the water levels are the right level. We know that it doesn't grow well when the water levels are low or too high. We know that the wild rice doesn't grow when the climate isn't right. We know that the wild rice grows really well when the climate is right. And so we also know that there's some chemicals in the water that might affect the growth of wild rice. And quite frankly, I've learned as much as I want to know about wild rice, and probably know even more than I would like to know about wild rice and sulfate and sulfide and oxidizing and whatever. This Stewardship Council is just an attempt to try and bring all the experts together and come up with a solution that will work for Minnesota and that will work for wild rice. So I request a green vote, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A38 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I wish members of the minority party could bring million-dollar idea at the last minute to all of these bills. That would be lovely, because we have really great ideas that cost $1 million too. But with that, I will withdraw my request for a roll call, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble withdraws his roll call. Any further discussion on the A38 amendment? Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, it's easier to count votes, so let's just have a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. A roll call granted on the A38 amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A38 amendment. Members in the retiring room 303 and the President's office, please come to the chamber and vote. Members in 206 and 323, please come to the chamber and vote. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Pratt votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Johnson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Frantz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frantz.
One moment, please, Mr. President.
Senator Frantz.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Murphy votes aye. Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 8 nays, the A38 amendment is adopted. We are back on Senate File 959 as amended. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'd offer the A68 amendment.
Senator Westrom offers the A68 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend Senate File number 959 as follows, page 31, line 22, after the period insert. This is the A68 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, the A68 amendment would restore some of the money that was taken out of wastewater, $3.75 million out of the amendment that first went on the bill. But of that wastewater, some of that money went to rural septics to help rural residents with their failing septic systems across the state. There's over 100,000 failing septic systems. This language came through the Agriculture Committee, passed out unanimous, as I recall. And so this would restore that money and make it $1 million. The original language had 500,000. I have spoken with Chair Ingebrigtsen. He's supportive of this. The dollars, instead of coming out of LCCMR, would rather come out of Bowser and some grants that they already are being allocated. $7 million of grants for conservation projects under this bill. $1 million of that would go towards those rural septic grants to help rural residents with failing septic systems. I would urge your support, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. I'd ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. A roll call granted. Discussion on the A68 amendment. Senator Dahms.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. I would ask for a green vote on this amendment. This amendment does help a lot of our small communities with their failing sewer systems and stuff like that, so, and the septic tanks. So I would request a green vote and thank Senator Westrom for bringing this up.
Any further discussion on the A68 amendment? Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am no longer on the Ag Committee, so I didn't hear this. So could you explain, is this a competitive grant bill, or is this fixing septic systems on private property, or how is the grant program set up?
You asking Senator Westrom to
Yes,
yield?
will he yield?
Senator Westrom will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzig, this stems off of the Ag BMP program, which currently is a low-interest loan program for rural residents with septic systems. It borrows them money through the Ag Department, the Ag BMP loans, they call it. Many soil water conservation districts take applications for these if people qualify. And so when it came through the Ag Committee, that's how we had structured it and turned it into some grant money as well as the loans, because this Ag BMP is working with it on the front end anyways. The language in the bill that was amended out at the beginning of the bill being heard here did have it going through the Ag Department and the Ag BMP loan process. Because of jurisdictions, it was easier to bring it back in through the Bowser, which is another capable program or agency to administer the same type of grants. They administer similar types of grants to landowners as well. So, but that's what it was modeled off of, if that helps you. So the Ag BMP would have combined the grants and the low-interest loans to the qualifying applicants. The two programs will have to just work together if it doesn't change in conference committee or some other word down the line. But that would be the intention. Up to $5,000 or about a third of the septic cost for qualifying applicants of 300% of federal poverty guidelines or less. So Senator Dietzig, it would help those people on low and middle incomes that might need to have a failing septic system upgraded to compliance. They aren't eligible for other bonding dollars or other things through the state. So this would help them with part of those costs. They would have to bear the rest like they currently have to bear all of it right now.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom. That is helpful. So it is the same language that was in before, which says that a grant award under this section shall not exceed 35% of the cost or $5,000, and then it does have income limits. So thank you for that clarification.
Further discussion on the A68 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A68 amendment. Members in the retiring room, 303, and the President's office, please come and vote. Members in 206 and 323, please come to the chamber and vote. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of members voting remotely under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Pratt votes aye.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes nay.
Carlson votes no.
Senator Champion votes nay.
Champion votes no.
Senator Clausen votes nay.
Clausen votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Port votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no.
Pappas votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Murphy votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 41 ayes and 26 nays, the A68 amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 959 as amended. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'd offer the A61 amendment.
Senator Westrom offers the A61 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend Senate File number 959 as follows, page 163 after line 21. This is the A61 amendment.
To the A61 amendment, Senator Westrom.
Members, the A61 would allow for a pilot project in one watershed in my district, policy that for some years they've been talking, my watershed board and some members of it and others, to try to simplify the system for cleaning out ditches and how they evaluate or figure out the assessment on the ditch and the repair costs, or the clean out costs, I should say, or sometimes a repair. That has proven to be controversial over the years, and going statewide with the policy that was a bill I had once introduced. This rather pares it down to one watershed district, sunsets in 5 years, and makes it an option for that district to use the average of the last 3 property tax assessed values in the county of the property as a way to assess or appraise, evaluate the land to the benefiting landowners, as opposed to having to hire a ditch viewer or an appraiser to come up with the value for that property. And this would just be one more way they could come up with the evaluation. The proposal would use 3 years to get a better average of the land than even just the last year. If there's a big spike or drop or something, we thought it was easier to use 3 years. So members, I would urge your support to try this for one pilot project for 5 years, and then results will come in. It will either be a good tool for those trying to clean out ditches, which is the frustration of my watershed board that initially talked to me about this after the buffers came in, and their concern and the problem was so many ditches weren't working properly to drain, and this was an impediment that they had brought to me as a suggestion. Senator Marty, it's the one I mentioned to you earlier today, but narrowed it way down to a pilot project, 5 years, sunset after that, and we can see what the results are, if it works or if it's helpful or not. And so, Mr. President. I've spoken with the Chair Ingebrigtsen on this, and he's okay with it as well, narrowed down to just the one watershed district. So urge your support.
Discussion on the A61 amendment, Senator Rude. Okay, Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the author of the amendment yield to a question?
Senator Westrom will yield. Senator Klein.
Senator Westrom, am I understanding this correctly that this is a property tax provision of some sort, and was this submitted as a bill? Was it offered to the Property Tax Committee?
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Klein, no. It's no property tax provision. It's just using the property tax records, assessed values, which assessors go through every few years and update the values of land, just like your home in the metro area. But it's using those evaluations and appraisal values as a way to assess the value instead of having to hire viewers or send people out to relook at all the land and go to the expense and the timeliness or the time-consuming aspects that are currently in the process. So it's just a way to make it easier to establish the values for the benefiting ditch landowners around it, and then they can go ahead and repair. The board can, but this is just a way to allow them to establish that value as one option if they so chose, only in this watershed district.
Further discussion to the amendments, Senator Rude, then Senator Torres Ray. Senator Rude.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen and Senator Westrom have worked very hard to narrow the scope on this bill and to make it a pilot project to try to find a solution. And so this would be accepted as a friendly amendment.
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask what is the fiscal note? What is the cost of this if Senator Westrom will yield for a question?
Senator Westrom will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Torres Ray, no fiscal note or cost that I'm aware of, nothing to the state. By those that are asking for it, there would be a savings of cost or time in spending on ditch viewers. So locally to the watershed, there may be savings, but nothing plus or minus for the state.
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, these are bills that did not receive a hearing in committee. There will be fiscal notes when they go to negotiate these bills. There's just no question in my mind that there will be. And so we're passing these bills so that they have a position of the Senate and they negotiate in the House. So the door is open, the gate is open. I encourage you to really read these amendments very carefully. The previous one appropriated money that will rearrange the appropriation that was decided in the Board of Water and Soil Resources. We passed that. I don't have a problem with the concept. I just want you to know that. That's why I didn't get up. If they want to do this, you know, if these septic tanks need to be replaced and people don't have money to do them, I'm okay with that. Of course, that needs to be done. I just want you to understand the decision you make when you put these provisions. Then you have to rearrange the budget. There is cost associated with that. So going to the, the drawing board and trying to figure out, oh, okay, so what's going to happen with that fund? Now we have these in this particular fund that it is in Article 3, which is the Natural Resources Trust Fund appropriation. So we do these amendments. There will be cost associated with that. Senator Tomassoni's bill, there will be a fiscal note associated with that. You're making decisions right now to change these provisions when the fiscal notes arrive, because they will arrive. And these are bills that were not heard in committee. So I encourage you to really read carefully. Might not be in disagreement with this, proposals, because they might not be bad and they are needed. But what the majority should have done is just bring those to committee, hear the bills, tell us what the cost is, have people testify, and we introduce them because they're not controversial. But they didn't do that because there's a cut to environment, right? They decided to cut the funding for all of these agencies that do this work. That's the irony of it, members. You know, that the decision of the majority was to cut the funding for the agencies that do this work. And now they're adding all of this work that needs to be done in their districts. So I encourage you to read carefully and vote no on these provisions that were not heard in committee, for which there is cost.
Senator Dahms, followed by Senator Marty. Senator Dahms.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Torres Ray yield?
Senator Torres Ray will yield. Senator Dahms.
Senator Torres, could you explain to me the cost to the state of Minnesota to redetermine a ditch?
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. When you read this language, senators, it is clear in here that this section has it's a pilot project, right? So in that context, we will have the state of Minnesota is responsible for reviewing this. Every decision that we make in here that changes policy at the local level, whatever that is, especially if it is a pilot project, because the implication is that the state has to review whether or not a pilot project will be implemented statewide. That's the purpose of a pilot project, right? If it isn't, if it is just to, you know, I don't know. I don't know how you define pilot project other than, you know, doing a project that really allows the state to look into it, review, you know, what is the relevance, how it gets done. So everything that we do here, everything that we change in terms of policy, obligates the state to review and be part of that. I don't know, Senator, how it will not.
Mr. President, would Senator Torres Ray yield?
Senator Torres Ray will yield. Senator Dahms.
Senator Torres Ray, would you answer my question? Can you tell me how much the state pays to redetermine a ditch?
Senator Torres Ray.
It's a very simple question.
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I don't know.
Thank you, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Torres Ray. You're right. You don't know, and unfortunately, you're making assumptions here. And unfortunately, you say there's going to be a fiscal note when you do not know that.
Mr. President, point of order. We have decorum in the Senate.
Senator Franzen, state your point of order.
Mr. President, I think the tone is being a little bit offensive, and I think that we have rules and procedures and decorum in this chamber, so I hope you can remind members to treat each other with respect. Thank you.
Members, please avoid personalities and adhere yourselves to the rules of the Senate with regards to debate. Senator Dahms.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I'll just put it this way. When you redetermine a ditch, the folks that have land that contribute drainage to that ditch are the folks that pay to redetermine that ditch, and that is where the money's coming from. When the ditch is redetermined, the county pays the landowner for a 14.5-foot strip on each side of that ditch, and that comes out of the charges for the folks that are putting water into that ditch. And that varies depending on the location of your land in relationship to that ditch. The state does not pay any money for redetermining the ditch. That is paid by the county and charged back to the owners of the land relative to that ditch. So there will be no fiscal note for redetermination. What this bill does is it reduces the cost to the landowners of the land, because instead of hiring an appraiser to come in and appraise the value of the land that the county is going to buy back from the landowners for the 14.5-foot easement, we're using that. This bill would allow the last 3 years of the value, the tax assessed value, to be used for the value of the land. So I would appreciate if we do not start making assumptions that there's always going to be a fiscal note, because that's simply not true. And in this case, there should not be a fiscal note to the state, because the pilot program will be reported to by the counties that are putting this together. So as we go on this evening with further amendments, let's not just be jumping to conclusions that there's always going to be a fiscal note and that we're misrepresenting the fact that we're saying there aren't fiscal notes. This knife cuts both ways, and if it appears like I got a little sharp in the way I was handling this, that's probably true, because I think when I see people that are saying that we're going to have a fiscal note, and we may or may not know that, and we may or may not have one, I don't think that's fair. And if the public are watching this, I think they should be given the opportunity to get all the facts and not just somebody assuming. So thank you, members.
Senator Marty, followed by Senator Johnson Stewart. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I do appreciate that Senator Westrom has narrowed it down to one watershed and one in a pilot project. I think that's a more appropriate way to determine the value of this. But I do want to get to one thing Senator Torres-Ray made a point on in this last part of the discussion, and that is amendments like this ought to be done in committee. They ought to be discussed where people have the chance to comment on them and have the chance to take a look at it. And I just am concerned that I understand, I mean, as a minority member, if I want a bill heard, it doesn't get heard. The only way you have a chance is as an amendment. Majority has plenty of times to do that, but having said that, this is a reasonable way to explore a different way of allocating the costs, and it's a reasonable thing.
Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Somebody was coming. I think Senator Stewart was gonna come to give me a lesson about how much does it cost to do a ditch. So I'll learn, Senator Dahms. I promise you that I will be on my way to learn about the cost of that. And I want to make sure that I have an answer to this question, Senator Dahms. I do not know the cost of ditches, really. I really don't. But I would like to ask you, just for clarification, and I will finish this on line .17. In this amendment, it says, update the drainage system benefits for the purpose of ordering a repair under Minnesota statutes. There is no cost associated with that in your estimation.
Senator Dahms will yield. Senator Dahms.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Torres-Ray. My answer to that is it says update the drainage system benefits for the purpose of ordering a repair under Minnesota statutes. The statute is what allows the repairs to be made by the Drainage Ditch Authority. That authority could be a county, or that authority could be the watershed. Now, there will be a cost to make these updates and make these repairs. And that money is taken out of the ditch fund, and each ditch has its own ditch fund. And the money is taken out of that ditch fund to perform those repairs that need to be made. And if necessary, and there's not enough money into the ditch fund, then there will be an assessment on the taxes in the file. They can do it two ways. The county can either do an assessment when they do the tax statement for that property, or they can do an assessment separate from that and have that sent out and have that be paid by the landowners that have benefits on their ditches. So I would say that this is no cost to the state. The statute is what's allowing the county and the watershed to make these repairs under the state statute.
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that members are don't want to talk more about this, but what I want to make sure is that members understand that when we change this, the cost of the local communities and the projects themselves, Senator Dahms has a very good point. The cost of the state in terms of what the agencies have to do, to make that happen is different. And that's the question that I have, and I wish we have had the time to hear these in committee so that we could ask these questions, but that was never available to us. I wish I knew more about ditches, that's for sure, and I'm learning, but it is, for me, the responsibility of trying to figure out how state agencies are responsible for doing this work, getting an answer from them as to whether or not their participation has any fiscal obligation. So thank you, members. I intend to vote no, simply because I am not afraid to say that I'm not versed in some of these issues. I'm okay with not being versed in some of these issues, but mostly because I don't get a possibility to really hear this in committee, understand the issues, so that I can partner with you on doing the right thing. So thank you, members, for indulging this.
Any further discussion on the A61 amendment? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A61 amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The A61 amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 959 as amended. The Secretary will give Senate File 959 its third reading.
Senate File number 959, a bill for an act relating to state government appropriating money for environment and natural resources and tourism.
Third reading. Discussion on Senate File 959, Senator Dietzig, followed by Senator Torres Ray. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So I originally was going to ask a bunch of questions and offer an amendment on LCCMR, but Senator Rude changed the amendment, and I appreciate her changes. She removed the wastewater stuff from the wastewater programs from the LCCMR, which there's a lot of controversy on if that is constitutional or not. So I appreciate that, Senator Rude. I do have some questions, though, on some of the other projects that are included in here. I don't know if they were a bill, but they were not part of the LCCMR process. So the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources is a commission that is set up. There's about 17 members. It is a combination of House members, Senate members, and citizens. And we spend days reviewing projects. And by days, I mean 8 hours a day for possibly 5 days, hearing about the projects, reviewing the projects, and then we come back and vote on the projects. And so lots of times we come to an agreement, we pass a package, and then that is recommended to the legislature. So we as a body can choose to do what we want and take those recommendations. But in the past it has been where we have, for the most part, followed those recommendations. More and more recently, unfortunately, we've been going away from those recommendations, which somewhat concerns me because we spend so many hours reviewing them. I worry that citizens will be concerned that they no longer want to participate in the process. So, and I think members here that have been on it before, right now, I believe it is Senator Ingebrigtsen, Senator Thomas Soni, Senator Westrom, Senator Herr, and myself. And in the past, we haven't always agreed on what individually, members haven't agreed on what the proposals are that we recommend going forward, but we realize it's a package, and so we've kind of come to a compromise and passed this package on. And so a lot of these projects, or some of the projects that were added to the bill here, were not included, and we didn't review them in LCCMR. So I just kind of have some questions, and I know Senator Rood is not on the commission, so I'm just going to ask her some questions if she would yield.
Senator Rood, will you yield for a question? Senator Rood will yield. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Senator Rood. I know you're not on the LCCMR Commission, but some of the projects that were added to the bill for funding out from the LCCMR, which is your lottery ticket funding, I'm just wondering if these were a bill or where these projects came from. One is Mora Lake high water mitigation, and so it's money to the city of Mora. And so I searched for this, and I don't believe it was a bill. I don't believe it was seen before LCCMR. So do you know more about the project?
Senator Rood.
Mr. President and Senator Dietzig, I believe that was a Senator Rarick project.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Rood yield for a follow-up?
Senator Rood will yield. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you. I believe Senator Rarick had a bill that adjusted something for the city of Mora, but I don't remember seeing this bill, and if it was a bill, do you know if it had a hearing?
Senator Rood.
Mr. President and Senator Dietzig, I do not know that.
Senator Dietzig, Senator Rarick is on the floor. If you'd like to ask him to yield any questions, it sounds like it was his proposal.
Thank you, yes.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you. Will Senator Rarick yield?
Senator Rarick will yield. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Senator Rarick. Could you explain some of the something about this Mora Lake high water mitigation project? Because we didn't hear it in LCCMR, and I don't know if it was a bill or if it was heard. So if you could answer that and tell us a little about it, that would be helpful.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig, this is actually a carryover from last year. It did have a hearing in the previous biennium. And it is a project that we are looking to look at in the city of Mora. They have a lake that relies on a small culvert basically to drain it, and they believe that culvert has had some problems and it's not draining the way it used to. There's a road project that's coming up that culvert runs underneath. So the city has come asking for some help to replace that culvert so that the lake will drain. Currently, it floods Highway 65 that runs through town because of this problem. But it did receive a hearing not this year, but previously, and so it's a carryover from the LCCMR bill last time around.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Senator Rarick. That's helpful. And part of the reason I'm asking this is, members, again, the LCCMR Commission, we did not hear this, and so LCCMR staff, because it's under there, they may have additional questions on it. So I just want to clarify in case there are any LCCMR citizen members watching. Some of the other projects on here, so will Senator Rood yield?
Senator Rood will yield. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rood, on page 190 of the bill, so it actually starts on 189. There is the Water Volume Quality and Storage Program, and this is so $788,000. The second year is to Bowser for the Water Volume Quality and Storage Program under Minnesota Statutes 103F.05, which is under water resources, floodplain management. Can you tell us, LCCMR did not hear this, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Senator Rood.
Mr. President and Senator Dietzig, as you well know, Senator Dietzig, I do not sit on the LCCMR committee. I am not familiar with these projects. These are projects that were put in the bill. They're there for everyone to see. I think the LCCMR the bill that's going forward is much better than when it started today. Many of the members were concerned about the wastewater treatment plant water money in there, and we did take that out. So I think we've made a very good compromise going forward with the Senate LCCMR bill. I know it's not exactly what came out of the LCCMR committee, but that bill was not agreed to, as you know, which was probably one of the problems we've run into. And so going forward, I think it's very responsible to take out the wastewater treatment money, go forward with the Senate bill, and have a conference committee, and I'm sure that it can be done. We are very close in projects and in our emphasis on the clean water and what we do. So I think going forward, the LCMR portion of this bill is really strong, and I urge members' support.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Senator Root, as I mentioned earlier, I do appreciate your amendment earlier to remove the wastewater project portions, because that has been controversial, as you know, and that creates angst for many people. And they're actually some of the added projects. I will say I actually don't have a problem with some of them. They were not heard in LCCMR, and so that's where I'm just asking what they were about. And the big one is two of them are the Water Volume Quality and Storage Program and a Water Storage and Quality Plan. They're both relating to Bowser. I don't really know anything about them, and so I don't know if either one of them had a hearing. But with that, again, I do agree with you that the taking out that wastewater portion is very helpful. Some of the other projects that were not included are there's 7 pollinator projects, there's 2 youth engagement projects, and then another project that is looking at common microplastics and how they transport contaminants in Minnesota water. So there's several good projects, and again, I just want to make the case that this is your lottery dollars, and the LCCMR spends a lot of time on this. It's usually a compromise. As Senator Roos said, we did not have a recommendation that year. We were split, so that is part of the problem. I do agree with that. But going forward, it is helpful to see for the LCCMR to know what is in there. And again, we've heard many times this session when members of the minority have brought forward bills, we're always asked, or brought forward amendments if it is a bill and if it got a hearing, and usually they didn't, and so they're voted down. And so it again concerns me that some of these proposals in here, and some of them I don't necessarily disagree with, but they were added to this bill without hearings and possibly without bills, and so it is that balance of fairness. And so with that, again, I encourage members going forward that we try to accept the recommendations of the LCCMR, because we do spend a lot of time on it. And I have concerns about the bill. And I would like to thank staff that put a lot of time into working on the bill, including the LCCMR staff. Thank you.
Final discussion on Senate File 959. Senator Rood, followed by Senator Torres-Ray. Senator Rood.
Mr. President and Senator Dietzig, I just want to say I admire your knowledge and I admire your advice on the LCCMR, and I've always looked to you because you have a great grasp of and historical knowledge there. So I just want to thank you, and I know anytime I have contacted you to talk to you about it, you've been more than open to share your ideas, and I just want to thank you for that, because you've always been very open and available with your knowledge on the LCCMR. So I appreciate your passion. Thank you.
Final discussion on Senate File 959. Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was pleased about some, the First Amendment that we passed in terms of really looking at the shift and funding for LCCMR. I'm grateful for that, because I know that was a great source of controversy, and I appreciate Senator Dietzig's work on that as well. Members, when I had a meeting with our caucus, I was thinking about, how do we, as a minority caucus, try to put some amendments that are meaningful on issues that not only we care about, but issues that we can work on together. And that was really a very intentional thing in terms of what we really wanted to do with the members, the minority members of the committee. How do we put together these amendments to this bill that could improve this? And so we thought about, things that are important to the state of Minnesota, to Minnesotans, really in terms of protecting our water, the air, the soil. And so we were hoping, that Senator Franson will be successful in convincing the majority that DNR actually has a process in place for wolf hunting. It was clear that they came and talked to us about, how they do their work, and she was not successful with that. Senator McEwen asked for just $800,000 out of the $15 million for Exploring Minnesota for grants that are so important to the entire state of Minnesota to address, some very big problems we have right now in terms of, dealing with significant issues that are impacting land all over. And we also ask that you really pay attention to many of the provisions that you have that will really decrease the agency's ability to provide technical assistance on water infrastructure to counties. And we had all of these, these proposals for you to protect our water, to increase, funding for grants, delete a provision, a reduction for recycling in rural Minnesota. We also had a letter, actually 2 letters, members, that came from DNR and PCA that really state all of the complexities of these provisions that you have in this bill. And they ask us to please remove that because it really debilitates the agency's ability to do their work. And we said no to all of those amendments. I had, a simple amendment to really define environmental justice, and that was also something that you really were not willing to do. So, members, I am going to encourage you to vote no on this bill today. And my hope is that, in the future, we are able to look at these provisions and really work together to protect our environment, to really make sure that we, when we talk about car emissions, I haven't seen such a political, divisive conversation about car emissions and how we really need to do more, really to bring this conversation to protect our planet. So today we talk a lot about, car dealers, and we really need to talk about the protection of our environment. So members, it is unfortunate that we were not able to really come together to serve the state of Minnesota in this bill, and that none of these provisions that we tried to offer to improve the bill were accepted. And I encourage you to vote no today. Thank you.
Final discussion on Senate File 959, Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Torres-Ray for trying to get amendments put together in logical areas on clean cars, on climate, on weakening water standards, Senator Dibble's amendment on the calcareous fens, on all the little chipping away at the regulations where this bill, I think it's something we've seen many times before, where they try and take any guidance from the PCA and declare that to be unadopted rules and say you can't enforce it, which doesn't really serve anybody, because even the regulated industries benefit when the PCA is able to use their guidance to help people understand what are often very complex laws and rules. And so I think those are mistakes. And when you look at the bill, there's so many little things in here. This thing on page 21, related to $387,000, taking it from the Heritage Enhancement account basically what we're doing here is saying people who lose in decision, they don't get permits from the agency because they're going to be a threat to these calcareous fens, that we're going to give public money for them to do their own studies to try and get around the agency. That's kind of, we're going to, normally in a court case, if you award attorney fees kind of thing, you give them to the winning side. Here you're saying, in effect, the losing side gets public money to try and get around that. And calcareous fens, I don't know how many there are in Minnesota. It's not many in the country. It's rare for people who don't know it's because the water that's bubbling up in the ground creates a different ecosystem, and it's very rare and it's very important. And Senator Weber, I know in your district you've had a lot of people saying they want the water permits. And when the department decides that it's going to affect these fens, they say no, and then we're going to use taxpayer money for it. But to Senator Torres Ray's point, she was trying not to have hundreds of amendments, but to try and use a sampling of things to point out some of the many flaws in the bill and to try and make it a better bill. And I'm disappointed in the way that other proposals that might move us forward on this don't get considered in committee. And the minority, when we try and offer amendments to improve the bill, whether it's on climate or water quality, air quality, on our natural resources, they are not accepted. It's unanimous. None of them are. And so I think it's a big disappointment. I think we care very deeply about the environment and want to make sure our laws reflect that. And so I thank our caucus for trying in a very organized manner to try and highlight some of the many flaws we see with the bill. I urge you to vote against the bill.
Final discussion on Senate File 959. Senator Ruud.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank all the members for the great conversation today, the great dialogue that we've had on this bill. We all care deeply about Minnesota and the environment. And many thanks to Senator Ingebrigtsen for his leadership on the Environment Omnibus bill. I know he and his staff and members spent many hours putting this bill together. This is a budget that protects water, wildlife, and our outdoor traditions. Minnesotans take pride in caring for the land, and this provides common sense protections for the environment without burdensome or harmful government regulations. This bill provides targeted investments for recycling and waste management to ensure that we are smart stewards of the land. And this bill cracks down on aquatic invasive species and keeps our lakes and rivers clean and stocked and usable for future generations. And during this pandemic, Minnesotans have relied heavily on our parks and trails. They have loved them dearly for activity and enjoyment, and this bill provides resources to enhance and welcome people to our park systems, and as our economy gets back to normal, to enjoy them even more than ever. Members, it's been my honor to present this bill today in the chamber, and I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 959. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, and the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in rooms 323 and 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Westrom votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Pratt votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Nelson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Clausen votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Port votes no.
Port votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Wicklund votes no.
Wicklund votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Murphy votes no.
Senator
Frentz.
Pappas votes no.
Pappas votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Bigham votes no.
Bigham votes no. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Putnam votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 29 nays, the bill is passed. It's titled agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions will revert to messages from the House. The secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which the amendments, the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate file number 975, a bill for an act relating to higher education. Senate file number 975 is herewith returned to the Senate. Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 975, and that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
Discussion on the Tomassoni motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, with that in mind, I move for a brief recess for the purpose of appointing a conference committee.
Senator Gazelka moves for a brief recess. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is in recess. The Senate will come to order. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, is there a privilege report at the desk?
There is a privilege report at the desk. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Gazelka from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are, appointed as a conference committee on Senate File number 975. Senators Tomassoni, Rarick, Goggin, Jasinski, and Clausen. Senator Gazelka moves that the foregoing appointments be approved.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Any other business other than announcements? We will move to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interests without objection. The following senators will be excused from today's session: Senator Lang from 2:40 to 2:55 p.m. Senator Duckworth from 2:40 to 3:50 p.m. Senator Fateh from 5:30 to 5:45 p.m. and 7:45 p.m. to the end of session. Senator Pappas from 6:45 to 7 p.m. Any announcements of Senate interest? Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I regret to announce that Walter Mondale, a former vice president and a friend of many of ours, has died at the age of 93. I think a lot of us have gotten to know him over the years. He's one of two vice presidents from Minnesota. He's one of the last of his generation. He first got involved in politics in Hubert Humphrey's first campaign for U.S. Senate. And Mondale served as the state attorney general in the early 1960s. He served as a U.S. senator for, I think, 12 years or a little bit more than that. He served as vice president of the United States for 4 years. He served as ambassador to Japan. And I think he's established a reputation that we all know and trust of somebody who's fair and cares deeply about society and the well-being of all. I think he's a big loss. It's not a surprise at this age, but he's shaped the politics of a generation and has continued to serve us through his many ways as an elder statesman in recent years. And I just would like us to perhaps a moment of silence in honor of Vice President Mondale.
Members, please stand for a moment of silence to honor the life of Vice President Walter Mondale. Thank you, members. Further announcements of Senate interest. Senator, it's hard because everybody's standing. Senator Gazelka. Any other announcements before I call on Senator Gazelka? Get my attention. Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. GOP members, I know it's late, but we're going to caucus at 8:15 via Zoom. 8:15 via Zoom. Tomorrow we have the housing and legacy omnibus bills, so that's what's on the agenda for tomorrow. And Mr. President, I move the Senate do now adjourn until Tuesday, April 20th at 12 noon.
Senator Gazelka moves that the Senate do now adjourn until Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 at 12 noon. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Senate is adjourned.